that in 1950, following an outbreak of a skin disease and river blindness caused by unknown insects living in Kodera forest affected many people living along Awachi River, then South Nyanza County Council engaged residents and agreed that they vacate the land to allow the trees along River Awachi to be cut and the region be sprayed with insecticide so as to kill the deadly insects. 4, that prior to the vacation of the land, representatives of the affected community and the then South Nyanza County Council agreed on the boundaries of the land to be vacated by the people, and in 1956, the County Council cut down indigenous trees at Godagulu and Leather Beach and planted exotic trees believed to contain poison against the deadly insects. 5, that in breach of the agreement on the boundaries for the forest land and settlement as was agreed upon in 1950, the South Nyanza County Council planted trees well beyond the area vacated for forest cover and stretched into land that had been reserved for settlement of the community. 6, thus according to records at the Lands Registry, Kodera Forest covers an area of 1,715 hectares, and communities claiming 10,100 acres of unplanted zone of land in Godagulu and Leather Beach within Kodera Forest. 7, that contrary to the Article 40 of the Constitution, the Kenya Forest Services established its offices on the disputed section of the land and proceeded to plant exotic trees, thereby denying members of the community the inalienable right to ownership and occupation of their ancestral land in Godagulu and Leather Beach. 8, that from 1957 to date, attempts by the community through its representative has attempted to engage the administration, including the then South Nyanza and Homa Bay County Councils, the Kenya Forest Service, and the Ministry of Lands through correspondences and visits to the said officers resolved. The dispute has never been successful. 9, that issues presented in this petition are not pending before any court of law, constitutional, or legal body, and therefore your humble petitioners praise that the National Assembly, through the Department Committee of Environment and Natural Resources, 1, investigate with a view to resolve the issues relating to the allocation of the land located in Godagulu Beach and Leather Beach within Kodera Forest. 2, recommend that pursuant to Section 34 of the Forest Conservation and Management Act 2016, the Cabinet Secretary responsible for the environment initiate the process of degazetting 10,100 acres of land in Godagulu Beach and Leather Beach within Kodera Forest with a view to allocating the land to the community living along Godagulu Beach and Leather Beach in Kasipul, as your petitioner will pray, and your petitioners will ever pray. Thank you.
Well, petition is referred to the Departmental Committee on Environment and Natural Resources to deal with it in terms of standing order number 227, 26 and 27. Next order.
Order number 5, papers.
Is there anything from the Leader of Majority? Oh, they showed that there were some documents. Where are they, Sarah? The Chairman, Departmental Committee on Finance and Planning.
All right, Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Thursday, June 18, 2020. Report of the Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning on its consideration of the Finance Bill, National Assembly Bill number 10 of 2020. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Leader Majority.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following report. The annual status report on water, sanitation, and irrigation from the Ministry of Water, Sanitation, and Irrigation pursuant to Article 153, subsection 4A and B of the Constitution, which should be referred to the Departmental Committee on Environment and Natural Resources. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. It's accordingly so referred. Next order. Health, Chair, Health Committee or member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of the Chair, Health Committee, Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Thursday, June 18, 2020. Report on the Health Committee on its consideration of 1, the Health Amendment Bill 2019, and 2, the Cancer Prevention Amendment Bill 2019. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
Honorable Limo. Is there any notice of motion? No. Very well. Leader, are you ready? Are you tabling the report later? Okay. Next order.
Order number 7, questions and statements.
First question by private notice by the Honorable Ruwaida Obo Mohammed, member for Lamu County.
For giving me this opportunity to ask question 006 2020 to the Cabinet Secretary for Energy. 1. What step has the ministry taken to restore power in Pate Island of Lamu County, which has been without power since 10th June 2020? 2. When is the ministry replacing the 3 non-functioning power generators that serve the island and put in place a long-term solution to the power supply in the island? 3. Could the ministry consider compensating households in Pate Island for the loss of electricity gadgets and equipment, medical drugs, and foodstuff as a result of the lack of electricity? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Is the Chairman Departmental Committee on Energy in the House? The Honorable Gekaria. This is a question by private notice, should be responded to by Tuesday. It's a question by private notice, as you can see the nature of the issues raised. Since the Chairman is not present, it will go through the Leader of the Majority. Next question is by the honorary question by member for Kaspool again, Honorable Ere Ongondo.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I wish to ask the question number 05, 9 of 2020 to the Cabinet Secretary for Interior and Coordination of National Government. Roman 1. Is the Cabinet Secretary aware that Oyugi's town location in Kasipul constituency has a chief with no substantive assistant chief and sub-location as envisaged in the administrative structures of having a sub-location considering the huge population in Oyugi's town? Roman 2. Could the Cabinet Secretary provide a status report of the implementation of the Kenya Gazette notice via notice number 5853 of 21st June 2017 on the establishment of the following areas, namely Nyalenda location, Nyalenda West, Nyalenda East, Kaluoch, Nyanjua, Kachieng South, Kagola, Kosire Kogelo, and Kopio Kalanding sub-locations as administrative and service delivery coordinations units in Kasipul constituency. Roman 3. What steps has the ministry taken to ensure that personnel are substantively appointed to the administrative units and staffed to ensure stability and security within the constituency? Roman 4. When will the ministry provide a vehicle to Kosele Police Station, which covers Rachuonyo South Divisional Headquarters in Kasipul constituencies for the operations, considering that lack of transport for movement of security equipment and personnel adversely hinder service and emergency services delivery? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Question is referred to the Departmental Committee on Administration and National Security to get a response for the member. But since I don't see the chair of that committee in the House, request should be forwarded through the Office of the Leader Majority. The next two questions, one by the Honorable John Olagwaluoch, member for Kisumu West constituency, and the question by the member for Turkana North, Honorable Christopher Nakuleu Ndoye, are deferred at their request. They have requested that the questions be deferred, and have acceded to the request, and therefore the questions are deferred. Next is the request for statements. Member for Nyatike, the Honorable Tomboya Ondege. Member for Nyatike. Proceed.
Okay. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for allowing me to seek statement regarding mismanagement and gross malpractices at Utalii College. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order number 44, 2C, I wish to request for a statement from the Chairperson Departmental Committee on Sports, Culture and Tourism regarding the mismanagement and gross malpractices at the Kenya Utalii College. Honorable Speaker, it is of concern that various incidences that borders graft and malpractices by the management of the Kenya Utalii College, the management has proposed to make Utalii Hotel an independent entity from the college, despite the fact that Utalii Hotel was established primarily for training and attachment of students taking hospitality courses. Secondly, the college management has breached the intellectual property rights by engaging Rwanda Hospitality through GIZ to undertake curriculum consultancy for Rwanda Polytechnic, leading to a loss of Kenya shillings 44 million. Thirdly, procurement laws were not adhered to during the college's Navision ERP upgrade project. And fourthly, 64 acres of beachland has been illegally allocated to private developers. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I seek a statement from the Chairperson Departmental Committee on Sports, Culture and Tourism to address on the following. 1. What is the rationale behind the illegal proposal to hive off Utalii Hotel from Kenya Utalii College and making it an independent entity? 2, why did the college management sanction corporate piracy of its intellectual property rights by engaging Rwandan hospitality through GIZ to undertake curriculum consultancy for Rwanda Polytechnic? What is the current ownership status of the 64 acres of beach land given to the college? Number 4, what's the administrative status of the Ronald Ngala Utalii College, and was Kenya Utalii College compensated for the land surrendered to the Ronald Ngala Utalii College? Number 5, explain whether procurement procedures were adhered to during the procurement of the college's navigation ERP upgrade project, computers, server, Wi-Fi access points, and board management system, and if not, what action were taken? Explain why were development expenditure diverted into recurrent expenditure by the management without approval of the of the College Council and the National Treasury? Number 7, why did the management engage Lucerne Hospitality Consultancy of Switzerland in consulting management services without clearance from the Attorney General and the National Treasury, as required of international contracts? Honorable Speaker, the matters are weighty, and I further seek your guidance on the best approach, whether the committee could work out towards getting a response or undertake an inquiry. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Before you leave, given the issues you've raised in that request, I would direct that the Committee on Sports, Culture, and Tourism schedules a meeting at which the various stakeholders, not least, of course, the Cabinet Secretary and all his team, appear before the committee and invite you and any other member that may be desirous of being present, so that you can be able to canvass those many issues. I agree with you. The matters you've raised are quite many and they are weighty. And I think if we just get a statement from the Cabinet Secretary, it may not necessarily address most of the other side issues that perhaps you may and others wish to raise. Therefore, the committee should not just go to seek a statement from the Cabinet Secretary. They should actually conduct a hearing and invite you, because those issues are too many, and I'm sure there could be several other members who may have issues that they could wish to contribute to, in order to get, so that the committee actually doesn't just bring a statement, it brings a report to the House.
Thank you.
The next request is by the member for Kajiado Central, the Honorable Memusi Kanchori. The member for Kajiado Central, the Honorable Memusi Kanchori. Could he be in the other holding areas? At such times, there are very many empty seats. If there are members who are out there, tell them to come in. We can't wait for people forever. Just tell members who are interested to come into the chamber. The Honorable Memusi Kanchori. The next request is by the member for Nandi Hills, the Honorable Alfred Ketel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 442C, I wish to request for a statement from the Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Trade, Industry and Cooperatives on inspection and certification of animal feeds sold locally. Honorable Speaker, on Tuesday, the 11th of June this year, a farmer from Emurua Digiri constituency by the name Honorable Ngeno, Joanna Kibiegon, reported sudden death of a herd of 22 dairy cows. The farmer reported to have fed the animals with a product which is a supplement called Rumit, that is an imported product manufactured by Agritech Company, an Irish company. The product is distributed by Genie Plus company in the country. It was noted that only the herd of 22 cattle fed on the product died. Consequently, a postmortem was conducted by Transmara East Sub-County veterinary officer, and the report indicated that the cattle died of suspected urea poisoning. Honorable Speaker, it is on this background that I seek a statement from the Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Trade, Industry and Cooperatives on the following. Number one, what measures are in place to ensure that all imported animal feeds are sold locally are subjected to inspection and certification by the relevant bodies and institutions to guarantee biosafety? Number two, is the product Rumit inspected and certified to be sold locally, and what other imported animal feeds are certified for sale in this country? Question number three, what other animal products or feeds does Genie Plus company distribute, and are they licensed and certified? Question number four, what measures has the government put in place to ensure the ingredients or components in animal feeds are proportionately composed in a manner that they are not only effective but also safe for animal consumption? Question number five, in the event of possibility of such counterfeit products sold in our markets to consumers, what are the measures put in place to mitigate the losses incurred by consumers? And the last question, Mr. Speaker, what measures has the government put in place to ensure that products subjected to standards of conformity at the country of origin are also subjected to Kenya Bureau of Standards inspection and certification on entry to the local market to ensure safety? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. The chair of Trade. But maybe before you give you a chance, because it mentions the honorable member for Emurwa Dikir, let's give him a chance to say something.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Number one, I would wish to state clearly that, Mr. Speaker, as a farmer, what happened in my farm was extremely devastating. Mr. Speaker, I lost 22 dairy cows in a span of 5 to 10 minutes. It is not something that could have even happened in a day or two, but in a record 5 to 10 minutes. And this, Mr. Speaker, was because of some feeds which actually was recommended by the companies which are selling them and the company which is manufacturing, and even the procedure which was used, Mr. Speaker, to administer the product to the animals was followed to the letter. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, I lost such a big herd. Mr. Speaker, I would wish to just state, like what my colleague has said, the products which are imported in this country should go through serious scrutiny, and especially the KEBS should be seriously careful on such kind of products. Mr. Speaker, when you look at even how it killed the animals, and these are animals which are milked, these are animals sometimes we consume their meat. Mr. Speaker, I was wondering if the animals had survived, what would have been the effect to the consumers of milk and even meat? So, Mr. Speaker, I think the question actually the KEBS and the Ministry of Trade should look at mostly is the composition. Actually, what are the composition of these components we are selling to farmers, in form of food or in form of feed stuff? Mr. Speaker, my also request is that the product, which seemingly was new in the market, Mr. Speaker.
We didn't want you to debate anything.
I'm not, Mr. Speaker. I'm just requesting among the questions.
Those are things that perhaps, because I don't deal with things like this, it will be unnecessary for me to get to know what milk you drink and.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand
but I sympathize with you. No wonder I've been seeing you very silent somehow.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
You lost such a large herd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And I think the chair is here and has heard what the Honorable Alfred Ketela said and what you have just said, so that indeed the chair of Trade,
yes.
I think this is a matter, again, just like the other one, that requires not just a statement.
Yes.
It may require that you invite the relevant people to a committee sitting so that the Honorable Johanna Ngeno and the Honorable Alfred Ketel can also be there to, and other members who may be desirous,
Yes.
to go and engage with those who are responsible, who are responsible for permitting these kind of foodstuffs and the rest. I think it's the kind of thing that, for us to do justice to the house and actually to the farmers,
Yes.
we don't just need a statement that has been written by somebody and then the chair comes and reads it out here. I think it would be necessary that there is proper engagement between, if it is the Kenya Bureau of Standards and whoever else is involved.
Yes.
So that at least by the time that the chair comes to the house, he's bringing a report that has really been interrogated by members.
Exactly.
And indeed, I would want to encourage as many members as possible to also attend at that hearing, if the chair can notify through the usual means. Honorable Kanini Kega.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Indeed, this is a very, very serious issue, and we were proactive, Mr. Speaker, and we wrote a letter to KEBS on Tuesday, and they are supposed to appear before us on Wednesday next week. We are extending a word of invitation to both Honorable Ngeno and Honorable Ketel. And in fact, yesterday we invited them. They happened to pass by where we had the KEBS officials, and we gave them an opportunity. But, Mr. Speaker, it's a serious issue. We were supposed to get a report by Wednesday next week. But now, because of the other supplementary questions, I think 2 weeks will be sufficient for us to give a comprehensive report, Mr. Speaker.
So, Honorable Ketel and Honorable Johanna Ngeno, I think it will be important for you to attend that meeting on Wednesday next week. I think I would really request that also as many members as possible, please appear on Wednesday. See, the House does not sit on Wednesdays, so that you can be able to interrogate the various responses that will come from those officials. Yes. I think we don't need to debate it further. I see the member number 001. Of course, I know because we mentioned milk, he is excited. But please attend at that meeting. They will now explain so that you don't suffer. I know you also have a large heart, and Emurwa Dikil is not too far away from. It's within your county. Now, for a second time, the member for Kajiado Central, Memusi Kanchori. The member has made a request for a statement and then desires to go to the village. I think. Well, I hope the member has not come and checked in. But just to remind members that Article 103, how the seat of a member becomes vacant. If you are away without the written approval of the Speaker, and it's only 8 sittings for 12 months. So I hope the member for Kajiado Central takes note. There was a response to be given by the Chairman, Transport Committee, the Honorable Oko Singh.
I thank you, Honorable Speaker. I have 2 statements to give a response on. Pretty short, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, thank you for this opportunity. Number 1 statement, which I would like to make a response on, is, Honorable Speaker, from the Honorable Charles Nguna, MP Mwingi West constituency, which he was seeking, Honorable Speaker, a statement on the construction of Kibwesi, Kitui, Migwani, Mbondeni Road, which was commissioned by His Excellency the President, Honorable Speaker, in 2017. And specifically what he wanted to know is, 1, what is the status of the remaining 25 kilometers? 2, could the ministry confirm whether the already tarmacked stretch between Kitui town and Kabati was part of the contract? 3, what measures has the ministry put in place to ensure that the project will be completed, and finally, he also sought to know when is the construction of the road envisaged to be completed. Honorable Speaker, the response which I therefore give as follows. That, Honorable Speaker, the status of the remaining 25 kilometers, which is part of the section from Migwani to Mbongeni, which is at 6 kilometers, is not included in the current contract of Kibwezi-Kitui-Migwani Road. The scope of the work for the upgrading of Kibwezi-Migwani Road is as follows, Honorable Speaker, and the details of the scope is attached there. Honorable Speaker, however, the ministry is saying we plan to include it in Lot 2 of the Kitui-Mwingi Kandiwa Road upon availability of funds. 2, Honorable Speaker, as indicated in the item number 1, which I've just said, the ministry goes on to say, we wish to confirm that the road section between Kitui and Kibati is part of the contract and is included in the scope of the works. And 3, the works are being undertaken as an engineering procurement contract, which is called, Honorable Speaker, EPC contract. The contractor is obliged to deliver a given percentage of work to a specific level of quality to be eligible for payments. Further, the ministry, through KENA, has instituted the following measures. 1, Honorable Speaker, engage the services of the supervisor, consultant, resident engineer, who has a resident team on site monitoring the quality control and compliance of the contractor so that the road is contracted to the best standards. B, the project, Honorable Speaker, the project coordination implementation unit under the project engineer undertakes mandatory monthly site inspection to monitor and evaluate the works, Honorable Speaker. And finally, in the statement, the project is on schedule and is at 74% fiscal progress, with 153 kilometers out of 190 kilometers having been constructed to bitumen standards, Honorable Speaker. The second statement, which I would like to respond on, is from our colleague, Honorable Professor Zadok Ogutu, MP, Bomachoge, Borabu constituency. He sought a statement, Honorable Speaker, on the following. 1, how much funds have the government utilized as allocated for the construction of Mogonga, Kenyenyanya, Maganje, Ebereke, Riokindo, Magana Road to bitumen standards since 2016. 2, Honorable Speaker, he sought to know how much of the funds allocated for the financial years starting from 2016, 2017, 2020, 2021 has been disbursed to enable the contractor deliver set targets. And 3, Honorable Speaker, he sought to know how much does the government intend to ensure that the road from Ebereke tea factory to Kenyenye area remain passable for the transportation of tea leaves to the factories, Honorable Speaker. The response which I make as follows. Honorable Speaker, the ministry, through KERA, has utilized a total of 846,582,709 cents, Honorable Speaker, towards the upgrading to bitumen standards of Mogenge, Kenyenyenye, Riokindo, Nyaboine, Riokindo Road, Honorable Speaker, up to date. And the details of the payments per year and per month, Honorable Speaker, is attached. Response number 2 is the amount certified for the payment of the contractor, Honorable Speaker, is at 931,814,552.68 cents, against the actual payment of 846,582,709 582,709.72. The annual breakdown of allocation vis-a-vis payments is also, Honorable Speaker, attached in this response. Finally, Honorable Speaker, with your permission, the ministry, through KERA, ensures that the contractor, or will ensure that the contractor for the project, that is MSQ Construction Limited, Honorable Speaker, follows the laid down instructions as stipulated in the contract. That, Honorable Speaker, the entire road project remains motorable during the construction period as indicated in the scope of works. According to Honorable Speaker, the contractor has been instructed to maintain a Bereke tea factory to Kenyenye town section, Honorable Speaker, so that our farmers can be able to access markets, Honorable Speaker. With those few remarks, I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
One is the member for Honorable Ngusia Nguna. Is the member present? Given the first shot, he wishes to seek any clarification. Member for Mwingi West. Member for Mwingi West. Honorable Nguna Ngusia. Member for Bomachoge Borabu, the Honorable Professor Zando Kugutu. Yes, I can see. Yes, would you wish to seek any clarification from what the chairman has just said?
Honorable Speaker, thank you for allowing me to respond to the brief that has been given by the chair of the committee. I want to say that the construction of this road has been very disappointing, Honorable Speaker. One,
just before you, Sergeant at Arms, the members who are withdrawing, let them indicate whether they are going for good, if they are through with the parliamentary work, so that we don't need to leave empty spaces, because I can see there are still some members who are coming and you're telling them no space. So like this was, that one appears to be tired already. So just find out whether he is going back to Baringo right now, so he can go. Honorable Kandia, is that so? Yes. I can see he's already tired. But the house will sit up to beyond the 7. Yeah, just find out from them when they are leaving. Let them indicate whether they are coming, going and coming back, so that they don't hold the spaces. Proceed, Honorable Gutu.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I was saying that the construction of this road has been very disappointing. One is that as I sought to find out the budget versus what has been so far dispersed, that does not reflect what I see on the ground. Because what I see on the ground is not even 30% of the projected construction. So I will assume that if the company is less by 85 million, then I could not be seeing the unfinished work, the amount of unfinished work that I see on the ground. Two is that the company has totally never provided an alternative passage while construction is going on. And the reason in the format that I've been given is that there was no money provided for maintenance, which contradicts the response that the chair has read, that the constructor is meant to follow laid down procedures to ensure that the other sections of the road are passable. Honorable Speaker, the most critical area that we have, which the road was supposed to serve, is the tea factory. It is very disappointing that in 2 occasions, the trucks carrying tea leaves have had to roll on the road and stay for up to a maximum of 3 days in one occasion. So I don't understand why the company so far has not been maintaining the other section of the road, and why the ministry could now say that they will start ensuring that the road is made passable. So, Chair, Honorable Speaker, I want to say that it is important, just like maybe we have in other areas in this republic, that a facility which makes jobs created, a facility which makes farmers at least earn their living, should be a priority. In this case, the tea factory over Berege. When you have a tea factory not working, I think it even makes me shameful to go and face the people. Chair, I hope that the commitment they are making here is that this road can continue to be done, and that the contractor is not going to say that it's treasury that is not releasing the funds. Thank you, Chair.
Well, Honorable Kosing, you should respond. But like I'm saying, in most of these requests, I really would want sometimes to encourage committees to invite the people responsible to a meeting, and then the members seeking those statements, they can actually be there to interrogate whatever response is. Because I'm sure now, the Honorable Chair of the committee talked about 74%. The member talks about 30%. Now, obviously, I'm sure certainly the chairman has not been to the road, so he cannot even respond to that. But you know, if that question, that kind of claim was being made when the officials involved in the construction of the roads were present, it will make the work of the chairman of committees, and indeed the entire House much easier. Because I don't know what the Honorable Kosing is likely to say about the contestation about the percentage of work done. Honorable Kosing.
You know, Honorable Speaker, you know these things more than anybody else, and you have said it very correctly. That, Honorable Speaker, I think there should be some provisions, because I sympathize with my colleague, Professor. I really sympathize with him as a colleague who understands what's going on the ground. Because sometimes what we say might not be what is on the ground. But, Honorable Speaker, if you allow me, I will make two suggestions. Number one is that maybe members, and as chair, I want to share with members, maybe for more benefit, Honorable Speaker, maybe members need to put some of these requests as questions rather than, Honorable Speaker, as statements. Because statement, it is as it is. I'm only going to read here and finish. But the question, Honorable Speaker, gives us an opportunity to interact with the CS and bring the Honorable member in the discussion, so that some of these things can be sorted out, Honorable Speaker, and even call the resident engineer. So I'm suggesting, Honorable Speaker, that members, I have found in my 2 years experience as chair, that there's more interaction in questions more than statement, Honorable Speaker, because if you seek more clarification from me, I'll take to the ministry to give an answer. It's very dull, Honorable Speaker. So I'm suggesting that, or, Honorable Speaker, that you direct yourself that before statements, or you can give a direction that a statement like this requires interaction with the ministry. So then, Honorable Speaker, we take it like a question and invite the ministry so that we can now interrogate. Otherwise, Honorable Speaker, I follow your guidance. But I would suggest that either it's done as a question or you give a ruling that all statements, they must appear before the committees. Those are the people who are involved, Honorable Speaker, as you gave in the other first two. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
It's only that, of course, there are some situations which require just a simple statement. Somebody is perhaps asking about something from the Attorney General or from the DPP or from the EACC, which could easily be, or from the judiciary, which can state a simple statement showing status of if it's some form of litigation, that this is where it has reached. And therefore, there's still space within our standing orders and other procedures for statements. But I think I can see a trend developing at which, if you recall, at the beginning of the 11th Parliament, I'm sure the Leader Majority, Honorable Robert Bui and several others, will recall the issues we were grappling with when a chairman of a committee reads a response, then the member who asked the question is saying, this is the most useless answer I have had since I was born. And the chairman were almost beginning to become very, very angry, because it would look like they are the ones who are being referred to as incompetent. And so I think it will do good. Committees, when you get these requests, you should be able to judge for yourselves. In order for you to get to the bottom of the matter, whether there is need to interact with the officials concerned, or you'd want to get just a written response. Because I think the Honorable Ogutu is right to say this is not true. The matters on the ground are different. But you are also you are also within your right to read what has been given to you. So you see, it leaves it leaves the House that much worse off, because then we are not being able, the Honorable Gutu is not able to play his representative role properly, and indeed also even to oversight those whom you are calling the Kenya rural roads or something like that, and the ministry. So I think I would want to encourage the committees and the chairs particularly, whenever you get some of these requests, don't be in a hurry to come and give an answer within a week, because there are some which you obviously would require that you have some serious engagement with the relevant, functionaries that the request may be directed to. So, Honorable Gutu, it's so unfortunate that the Honorable Chairman of the committee, Honorable Kosing, has just read what he has been given. I suppose if the member for Mwingi West was here also, he would have made it, maybe perhaps also in supplementary, raised similar concerns. But maybe we are lucky that the member for Mwingi West chose to be absent. But I think it's something that we need to really think through. Now, for the last time, member for Kajiado Central, Honorable Kanchori. Well, member being absent, I dropped the request. That request for statement is dropped. So you should not raise it again in the next 1 month, because you can't make a request and then you decide to go and get the responses in the village. You wanted the request read out here in the parliament. Member for Kadiani, I can say you are burning to say something.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's about this issue of questions and statements and how we are handling them through the table office. I want to request that you advise the table office when members come, because we sit with them and we tell them what our issues are, and they are actually sometimes the ones who advise whether to put it as a question or as a statement. So maybe it's important that they guide us properly. And secondly, Mr. Speaker, on the issue like the member for Mwingi West, he's just gotten a response now. He was around the chambers, and maybe he has not even been informed that his question or statement is going to be responded to today. So it is also important that the table office also inform members when their statements are going to be responded to, so that they're in the chamber. Thank you, Speaker.
Well, if the member was around the chamber, I would have seen him. Unless in his own estimation, he's a new member. Area. No. There are those ones. The member, Tom Ondege, was sitting out there and he came when we called out. So you see, it just means that his understanding of chambers is beyond the parliament throne, and it isn't, or it's around Uhuru Park. So he chose to go and get the response or follow the proceedings from Uhuru Park of the KICC grounds. But it's unfortunate. But anyway, you get the response because it's written. Leader of Majority, you wanted to say something?
I think, the chairman or chairs here, under this system, they're more like conveyor belt, like the postman. They bring, I think we need to bring ministers here. And Mr. Speaker, Honorable Mbandi will agree with me. Ministers used to feel the heat. Those questions of, saying what you have brought is not true. It was good when ministers were here. And Speaker, I don't want to quote who was that. I remember one of the attorney generals who served in the 10th Parliament, one time was told by a member that, after he answered the question, the member told him, you are the most incompetent attorney general in the Commonwealth. And that attorney general has retired now. Every time I meet him, he reminds me that you remember in the 10th Parliament. So I think it's not good to harass chairs here. We want ministers here. So that the ministers, now today, if the minister was here, Professor could have said what you have said is wrong, and the Speaker could have directed the minister, because he's a member of Parliament, that to go to that constituency and verify whether what you are saying is true with the member. I remember it happened during one time, Honorable Chris Obure, Minister for Public Works, was asked a question by Honorable Zakaria ZK Choriot. And ZK Choriot said, what the minister is saying, that building is not existing on the ground. So the minister, the speaker directed the minister to go to the ground. And when the minister came back, he said, I was cheated by my technical staff. The member is right. So here we are in a catch 22. The member is being given an answer, and I agree it might not be what is on the ground. So I think the next time we get opportunity to reform the Constitution, I think we must bring at least 50% of the cabinet from members of parliament, and even the rest. I haven't finished. Okay, 75%. Yes, or even all of them. So, Mr. Speaker, I think those of us, and I'm sure the Speaker himself was Honorable Cheboy, the Speaker, Honorable Bandi, those who were in Parliament during when ministers were here. There were a lot of, and Honorable Sophia, there were many things that even you could finish. Government was in Parliament. The Minister for Interior was in Parliament. You will have tea with him, you sort out your issue. The Minister for Roads was in Parliament. The Minister for Finance was in Parliament. Proper accountability was here. So I think we have an opportunity as a country. We have seen how a presidential system works since 2010. So let us not harass chairs. You know, chairs are just been given. They are just. He's a member of parliament like you, Mr. Speaker. I think even the speaker's hands are tied. Now you know he can't give. If the minister was here, the speaker could have directed that before Tuesday you visit the site and you bring an answer to the House. But now the minister is not here. So I think the best route is when they come before us at the committee level, we make sure we are there and we interrogate them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Indeed, I think since the committees are supposed to be a microcosm of the plenary, I think when these statements come, it may be advisable that the chairs invite the members so that you go through the statement with the member, and if the member at that time tells the speaker, the chairman of the committee, that this answer is not correct or is inadequate in these respects, then at that time, the chair and the committee are able to make a decision as to when to invite the relevant functionaries who may be the subject of the requests. So that's so as to minimize this engagement. The member is busy castigating the chairman, who is a mere conduit of some statement made, and those things which the leader majority is saying, we are aware of them. We know even ministers will get those kind of responses from their own technical staff, and when they come here is when they realize, oh, we've been misled. And see, also that is also an indication that the minister himself is so casual, believes that everything they get from their technical staff is gospel truth, without first of all knowing that that indeed this response has come from somebody who may be desirous of hiding something which is on the ground. See, the member for Machoge Borabu, Professor, he's already also completed his work. It's taken off. You see, this is the other thing now. This is the other problem. That members will ask questions, and the member for Semen, what's your point of order?
It's not a point of order. Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to add how important it is that the minister should be here. And I remember at the beginning of the 11th Parliament, the effort you actually made and the whole House to actually get the ministers in. And I actually think you gave a ruling that you could actually find a way out where they could come into the House and not sit in the House and sit in the corner there. And that is the provision we are using to get the minister for Treasury to read in the House. And I think it is just politics, Mr. Speaker, that stopped that process. While we're waiting for the changes in the Constitution, I think that should be revisited because the politics may have changed. And if the minister was to come knowing I'm going to sit on that corner of the chamber and all the members, they'll be more responsive than now. And I'll tell you, before that, I used to prepare questions. We used to prepare questions for the minister. My minister then is here. And when the TV came, we used to watch. And even as the minister is answering, if we notice they're stuck, we would actually make a quick response, call the assistant minister to give the minister the answer on the spot. So I think it's something we should not wait. If it is possible, revisit what you did. One morning we were waiting for the first minister to come, and it didn't happen. I think it can be done, and let's pursue that. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Well noted. Member for Nandi Hills, what's your point of order?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to seek guidance on that. I think it will be, that is a very crucial issue, because most members, when we try seeking statements, sometimes or questions, we are forced to make it into a statement. I think, Mr. Speaker, because you've seen even the proposal by the Honorable Dr. Nyikal, when he's trying to cure that, I think, Mr. Speaker, maybe you should come with a ruling on that, on way forward, now that it is, it will not be like the 10th Parliament and before that, where ministers were part of this House. Even if they were to come and just listen from the periphery, they are not part of, they are not sitting in this House, it will be very tricky, because they will be just like, they are strangers listening in a manner that they will not respond. Maybe you should do a ruling on how these statements can be done in a manner that is going to be effective and efficient, to ensure that most of the questions which members are raising by the end of the day are going to see results, because it will yield in most cases to a situation like what you've seen with most of the members, where a chair of a committee will come with a statement that is not satisfactory in terms of the challenges that the things on the ground are totally different from what the member or the chair are raising. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, and the Honorable Alfred Ketel was in the 11th Parliament, and you remember a lot of research work went into coming up with a proposal that the Honorable Nyikal has addressed. And this is an issue about the presidential system of governance. Remember in the United States of America House of Representatives, when a proposal was made that cabinet secretaries do appear there, the argument by the members there was that no. The House, the plenary of the House, is such a sacred place that it cannot be contaminated with non-elected officials. So, so that's why to avoid that contamination, we make provision for the Cabinet Secretary for National Treasury it's only that he sits very close to me. So I avoid we have avoided the contamination. So it is one of those things, but it's something, it's I think, work in progress. And I think as we move on, I quite agree with what Honorable Nyikal is saying. Let's revisit these issues. Honorable John Bundy.
Mr. Speaker, actually you have said it, but I think, Mr. Speaker, as the people of this country, we prepared a bed. Let us sleep on it. We wanted a presidential system. We've got it. Let us live with its shortcomings so that we may appreciate the need to make some changes in this constitution. We have tested it. We have tried it now for 7 years. It is not working in many aspects, including accountability, which is a cardinal in any democracy. And so when we approach the time or the period or the opportunity, and that is where we agree entirely with Duale, when we disagree in many other things. But when it comes to parliamentary system, we agree with Duale almost entirely. There are people who don't even take time to think through this thing. talk with emotions, and when they come to the House here, they appreciate that presidential system is not good for our democracy. So, Mr. Speaker, we have an opportunity ahead of us. We should not even think of coming up with a way of bringing cabinet secretaries here. Mr. Speaker, those are strangers. We don't want strangers in this House. And even when the CS for Finance comes here, actually is operating more like, we are operating like a committee of the whole House. Yeah, so he's coming here, and yeah. So my view is, those members who are thinking or entertaining this thinking or this thought that we can bring cabinet secretaries here, let us deal with the situation as it is. Committees, when there are questions, invite the CSS, invite members to be present. We deal with it until when we will amend this constitution. Because I'm seeing it, there is no two-way about it. And it is one thing I'm going to miss. Because in the 13th Parliament, Mr. Speaker, I'm seeing cabinet secretary, ministers being members of Parliament, actually members of National Assembly. And I'm not going to be a member of National Assembly, and I really wanted to be a minister. So, Mr. Speaker, for those of us who are a bit unlucky and are not likely to be ministers, we wish you well. Those of you who will be here, in fact, we will be very powerful people. When we come to you, please treat us well. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Nakuru Town East, what's your point of order?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think, Mr. Speaker, among the so many rulings that you've done and guidance, I think you've given us a way forward. As committee, as we are composed now, there is nothing much we can do other than go with what you're giving, your very, very able guidance that you're telling us, that if a committee, like, for example, these statements and the responses do come to the committees like 2 weeks before it is, maybe you're given an opportunity to be able to reply on the floor of the House. So I think what you've given a directive that we can look at as a committee, and if we think also, because you can also see as a committee whether there are some grey areas where you can invite the member, and if there are any other questions that the member might want to ask, then we can be able to put that to the ministers concerned, and then by the time we come to the floor of the House, most of these issues. But again, I agree with what Honorable Bandia just said. As it is, we made a decision in 2010. We live with that until we amend. And it is important for us, now we have an opportunity, hopefully, through the BBI, to be able to come up with some of these changes, to be able to make. But at the same time, Honorable Speaker, it's also important. I know you had given another ruling as to who should come before a committee. And you said again a committee needs to look at the weight of the matter being requested and decide whether it's the cabinet secretary, the principal secretary, or the ACS. In that, then you can be able to make a decision. Honorable Speaker, like yesterday, I was before the Environment Committee, and the answers that were being given by the assistant minister, or the ACS, or as they are called, administrative, whatever. Honorable Speaker, he was saying, with those other further questions, I'm going to ask my minister. Now you even wonder. And the chair directed that you cannot come here. We have spent over 30 minutes. Then are you trying to revoke what you have already said by telling us you're going to ask? So again, as committees, you also need to look at the weight of the matter and decide, should you invite the cabinet secretary or principal secretary or the assistant secretary, whatever they are called. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
So, honourable members, I think now we can proceed with the business. Member for Mvita, you had an intervention. No, I don't have. Maybe could call on the next order. Who is this? Honourable Wario? Order.
Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I raise to seek your indulgence. I have 3 brief statements to make.
Yes. I'm being shown now.
Thank you.
Yes, there's a response by the Honorable Wario. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, response to request for statement by Hon Andrew Mwadime MP Mwatate. Mr. Speaker, on 29 April 2020, Hon Andrew Mwadime MP, pursuant to Standing Order 44-2C, requested for a statement from Chairperson Departmental Committee on Labour and Social Welfare regarding compulsory leave of Mr. Kevin Lewis Safari by Commissioner General, Kenya Revenue Authority. Specifically, the Hon member Mwadime sought information on the following. 1. What are the circumstances that led Mr. Lewis Safari being sent home on compulsory leave for 90 days by the Commissioner General? When will he be reinstated back to work at the station he was before, including payment of his dues? Mr. Speaker, I have since received a response from Kenya Revenue Authority regarding the issues raised by Honorable Member, which I wish to present. Mr. Speaker, for the first question, on 3rd of April 2020, the Commissioner General received a letter from Director of Criminal Investigation, DCI, a copy of letter which we have attached. From the letter, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Kevin Lewis Safari is under investigation for several offenses, and the DCI was requesting the authority to urgently take administrative action against Mr. Kevin Lewis Safari to mitigate the attendant risk of interfering with evidence, both documentary and electronic, as well as key witnesses. The letter by DCI presented before the Kenya Revenue Authority Board on 8 April 2020 for review and direction. Upon deliberation, Mr. Speaker, the board resolved as follows: that Mr. Kevin Lewis Safari proceed on compulsory leave in line with the Kenya Revenue Authority Code of Conduct to allow the Directorate of Criminal Investigation to complete its investigation. B, audit be undertaken by Kenya Revenue Authority Internal Audit Department to determine whether there was breach of procedures and care record of conduct on issues surrounding the gazettement of the custom areas that are subject of investigation by DCI. For the second question, when will he be reinstated back to the work and station he was before, including payment of his dues? Mr. Speaker, the Kenya Revenue Authority Staff Code of Conduct provides as follows. In relation to the compulsory leave, which Mr. Kevin Lewis Safari is serving, Clause 7.4, compulsory leave, on receipt of information, complaint against employee, the employee may be placed on compulsory leave while investigations are carried out to establish the facts of such information or complaint. Compulsory leave will not affect the employee's annual leave. In such circumstances, the employee will remain on paid leave until the facts into the information or complaints are established. If within the control of the authority, the compulsory leave will not exceed 3 months. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have two other very brief statements, Mr. Speaker.
Please give them also so that we can ask the members to respond.
Thank you.
Give those two.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Response to request for statement by Hon Abdulsamad Nasir, MP Mwavita constituency. Mr. Speaker, on 4th of June 2020, Hon Abdulsamad Nasir, MP, pursuant to Standing Order 44-2C, requested for a statement from Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Labour and Social Welfare regarding non-payment of youth engaged by government under the National Hygiene Program, also referred to as Kazi Mtani. Specifically, the Hon Abdulsamad sought information on the following. 1. Could the Cabinet Secretary explain why youth engaged in Kazi Mtani program to over service during the COVID-19 pandemic period are yet to be paid, noting that the program was initiated to cushion the young and unemployed citizens in the country? 2, what measures has the ministry put in place to ensure youth are regularly paid without delay? And 3, is the Cabinet Secretary aware that the youth have not been provided with personal protective equipment? Mr. Speaker, I have received response from the State Department of Housing and Urban Development, where a program is anchored on the issues raised by Hon Member, which I wish to present. For the first question, Mr. Speaker, I beg to respond. We confirm that the youth are regularly paid for the work done on a weekly basis through mobile money transfer. However, during the initial period, we experienced some challenges of non-payment of some youth because of the following. 1, youth provided telephone numbers that were not registered with M-Pesa, and therefore Safaricom could not successfully remit. However, this has been addressed by encouraging youth to register. 2, Mr. Speaker, some youth provided telephone numbers that do not match with their IDs, resulting in mismatched details. This was especially the case when youth used IDs which belonged to other family members. Some youth, Mr. Speaker, had blocked or frozen numbers due to having taken Fuliza loan from Safaricom. In Mvita constituency, Mr. Speaker, Kazi Mtani initiative have engaged a total of 3,500 youth from Kachonjo, informal settlement, and Old Town, who are distributed into 2,000 from Kachonjo and 1,500 from Old Town. Question 2, Mr. Speaker. What measures has the ministry put in place to ensure that youth are regularly paid without delay? Mr. Speaker, mobile money transfer companies have been prevailed upon to allow payment to be made to the numbers presented regardless of mismatch with the national ID numbers, provided these workers are able to fill indemnity form. 2, the ministry has employed supervisors at the county level to manage the attendance and the preparation of payrolls. We have managed to engage one supervisor for every 20 workers to manage the workflow and expedite the process. 3, the payrolls are submitted for payment every Wednesday. Finally, Mr. Speaker, the last question, is the Cabinet Secretary aware that youth have not been provided with PPEs? Mr. Speaker, we have provided PPEs, which include gumboots, face masks, heavy-duty gloves, reflector jackets, to youth with clear guidelines on the observation of the Ministry of Health on COVID-19 protocols. However, we note that some youth in some areas in Mombasa and Mandera do not put on particularly gumboots due to weather conditions, but we are enforcing this through Ngao, NYS, and Nyumba Kumi supervisors. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The final statement, Mr. Speaker. Sorry, there are a bit many. Statement by Chairman of Departmental Committee on Labor and Social Welfare, pursuant to Standing Order 44-2C, on disparities regarding distribution of cash transfer to elderly, orphans, and persons living with severe disability, sought by Hon Simon Kingara, MP, Ruiru constituency. Mr. Speaker, I beg to give a statement as requested by Hon Simon Kingara, MP, on 6th May 2020 as follows. What measures have been taken to ensure that all elderly persons, orphans, and persons with severe disability are incorporated in Inua Jamii Cash Transfer Program? Mr. Speaker, it is the intention of the government to cushion all elderly persons aged 70 years and above, orphans and vulnerable children, and persons with severe disability by incorporating them into Inua Jamii Cash Transfer Program. However, due to budgetary constraint, only certain number is reached. Currently, Mr. Speaker, the program has 1,094,238 who have been successfully migrated from card-based to account-based mode of payment as follows. 766,254 older persons, 293,963 orphans and vulnerable children, and 34,017 persons with severe disabilities who are spread across all constituencies in the country. Mr. Speaker, in Ruiru constituency, the program covers 2,124 beneficiaries as follows. 1,400 older persons, 552 orphans and vulnerable children, 172 persons with severe disabilities who are spread across the constituency. The ministry have further confirmed that 105 older persons, 25 orphans and vulnerable children, and 41 persons with severe disability were not migrated to account-based mode of payment due to mismatch in the data availed to the ministry. Further, it is important to state that above condition is not static. Since any given time, there are people turning 70 years, others are being orphaned, and others, Mr. Speaker, are severely disabled due to accidents. The ministry continuously updates this data and targets new beneficiaries subject to the availability of funds. What steps has the government taken to ensure that the said needy persons who qualify to benefit from the program in Ruiru constituency and who from the year 2018 have not been included in the system despite having been registered? Mr. Speaker, it is true that there are some needy persons who are registered in 2018 in Ruiru constituency, like in many other constituencies in the country, and could not make it to the payroll. This was due to inaccuracies in the records after data was subjected to integrated population registration services. And there are those who turned 70 plus and have not been brought into the program, not just in Ruiru, but all over the country. In order to correct these inaccuracies, the ministry is planning to carry out countrywide retargeting, re-registration exercises with the aim of collecting fresh information on all those cases and incorporate them into the payroll. Mr. Speaker, the exercise has been hampered by inadequate resource allocation. In the current financial year 2019-2020, the budget deficit stands at 3.9 billion shillings. To include all the needy persons above the age of 70 years, currently estimated to be 250,000, the ministry will require a further 6.6 billion shillings, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this was one of the recommendations made by my committee to the Budget Committee for 2020-2021 estimate. If this request is granted, I then can commit to the House that all the deserving cases in Ruiru constituency and the country as a whole will be brought on board. Finally, Mr. Speaker, could the relevant ministry state that the timeline for the disbursement of the cash and opening up of the systems to update the names of those who were not included previously? Mr. Speaker, on updating the names of those who are not included previously, the ministry is planning to carry out fast remigration, which will involve retargeting and re-registration or targeting of beneficiaries in the legacy file as soon as COVID-19 pandemic situation improves to allow field-based activities. On the other hand, Mr. Speaker, updates of beneficiary informations are continuously being carried out centrally at the ministry's headquarters whenever they are received. However, in future, it is the plan of the ministry to decentralize management information system module, which deals with the change management to the counties and sub-counties so that all the updates are done by the officers at that level. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, Honorable Mwadime, Is there anything you would want to say about what you was given regarding your request?
Oh, thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. Just standing to say thank you to the chairman of Labour Committee. Actually, the answer it is to my satisfactory. But I'm just praying after those 90 days, they just play fair game. Otherwise, it was a good answer, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, sir.
Continue with the prayers. Honorable Abdul Samad Nasir.
Asante sana Bwana Spika. Bwana Spika, kwanza kuweza kutoa shukrani zangu za dhati kwa mwenyekiti kwa kuweza kuelezea, na pili, asiyeweza kumshukuru binadamu hamshukuru Mwenyezi Mungu. Vijana 3500 kutoka Mvita ni idadi ya 11% ya vijana wote walioweza kuajiriwa katika Kenya hii. Vijana waliochukuliwa ni 31448. Bwana Spika, ile siku nilipoliuliza hili swali, vijana walikuwa bado hawajalipwa. Na baada ya kuweza kuliuliza hili swali, vijana waliweza kulipwa. Na nataka kukubaliana Bwana Spika pia ya kuwa kuna vijana wengine ambao wamechukua mikopo ya Fuliza, wengine wameweka majina yao, kuna wengine wamechukua majina wakaweka jina la girlfriend wake ama mumewe. Yako haya yametokea, lakini tumeweza kufanya kikao na Assistant County Commissioner Mombasa na machifu, na tunajaribu kuweza kuyatatua kimjini. Lakini kuhusiana na hili swala la vyombo na vifaa ambavyo kwamba walikuwa waweze kupatiwa, kwanza kuna karatasi ambayo nimeweza kuichukua kutoa room 8 table office yetu ya bunge, na ile karatasi inazungumza tofauti na mwenyekiti alivyoweza kuzungumza, kwa sababu hii karatasi inaweza kueleza wazi ya kuwa hawajatoa vifaa vyovyote. Lakini ile statement ambayo imeweza kusomwa na mwenyekiti ni kwa vifaa vimetolewa. Mimi mwenyewe kibinafsi ninataka kutoa uhakikisho ya kuwa vifaa vileweza kutolewa ni baadhi vilitolewa na serikali ya county, baadhi nyingine vilitolewa na shirika la Kenha, na baadhi ya vyombo vingine vilitolewa na mashirika yasiyokuwa ya kiserikali kuweza kusaidia na makampuni yale ambao yako katika sehemu ile. Kwa hivyo ningeomba kwa unyenyekevu, na wala hatupingi, hatufanyi jambo lolote, lakini ni sawa tuweze kufanya kazi kwa pamoja ili tujue linaloendelea ni lipi. Kwa hivyo ingelikuwa ni bora mwenyekiti aweze kuulizia hili swala la hivi vyombo ambavyo kwamba vinasemekana vimechukuliwa, visije vikawa vimechukuliwa vikapatiwa vijana walioko katika hewa na vijana walioko katika mashinani hawajaviona vifaa hivi. Bwana Spika, asante.
Mheshimiwa Wario.
Mheshimiwa Spika, asante. Nachukua fursa pia kumshukuru mheshimiwa. Kama wenye viti tuna matatizo, uliyazungumzia hapo mbeleni Mheshimiwa Spika. Tunapewa taarifa na tunakuja kusoma taarifa ndani ya nyumba. Ili tuweze kutatua, wiki ijao siku ya Jumatano nitaalika wizara husika, na mwalika ndugu yangu na mheshimiwa ahudhurie ili tujue mbivu na mbichi pamoja. Asante Mheshimiwa Spika.
Shukran. Mheshimiwa Simon Kingara, member of Ruiru. I put in your request. No, give him. What number?
One. Oh,
So,
thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. It's good to understand we thrive in a very difficult time to conduct business here in the House and outside of the House. Maybe that's the hitch. May I take this opportunity, Honorable Speaker, to thank you for according me this opportunity to represent the great people of Ruiru, especially on matter concerning older persons, orphans, and vulnerables in my constituency. Mr. Speaker, I think it is in order to also to take this opportunity to thank the Jubilee government because 2020-2021 financial year, they have allocated 17.6 billion to the older persons, 7.9 billion to the orphans and vulnerable children, and lastly, Mr. Speaker, 1.2 billion to people living with severe disability.
Why don't you seek clarification from the chairman? If you look at order number 8, what you are saying is not yet to be, until you vote on motion appearing on order number 8.
Thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon. Let me start by apologizing to you for keeping you waiting here. We had planned to be here a little bit earlier, but we got tied up with a few other things. So our apologies for keeping you waiting. Let me welcome you to this briefing today, this update on coronavirus status in the country. In the last few days, our numbers have noticeably risen. We have observed that these figures have generated a degree of panic and anxiety among Kenyans. This is understandable, considering that none of us wants our loved ones to be affected by COVID. The increasing numbers mean that the possibility of one getting infected is real, because the virus is well entrenched in our community and is lurking in our midst. Yet it is possible to curtail the spread of the virus if all of us strictly adhere to the containment measures. These measures are by now very clear to all of us. From the data that we have been providing, it is evident that in Nairobi continues to be one of the epicenters with largest numbers. So in Nairobi, it appears that the number of infections in Westlands, Kibra, Langata, Embakasi, and Dagoretti have been rising steadily. This situation should be of concern to all of us, and particularly to the residents of these areas. This requires serious soul searching by residents of these estates on what it is that they are not doing right and that enables this virus to spread in those communities. Could it be that containment measures are not being adhered to? Very, very likely. Something is not right, and they must move with speed to rectify this before things spiral out of control. We have said repeatedly that there is so much that the government can do in protecting Kenyans, and we will continue to do all that government can do to protect Kenyans. But there is also a responsibility on the part of each and every one of us to protect ourselves and to protect others, other Kenyans. So when we begin to see this type of spread, I think it is time to seriously reflect again and see what is it that we are not doing right. What should we go back to in order to contain the spread of the virus? We have seen that in the past several weeks, people have become lax in terms of observing the measures that we have put out there. The wearing of masks, people congregating together, people going about their businesses as though life is normal as it used to be. It is not. We have a hidden enemy that is lurking in our midst, and we must be on guard. So again, once more, we are appealing, and appealing very strongly to all Kenyans that we are at a stage where we need to be very vigilant, we need to observe the measures that have been put in place, and we need to follow very strictly those containment measures. Equally, the spread of the virus is also at our border points, particularly the border points at Malaba, Busia, Taveta, and Namanga. And this is a matter that remains of great concern to us. Most of these positives that we pick up at these border points turn out to be truck drivers who are traversing through the country on our travel corridors, and the concern is that infected persons traveling through the country pose a serious risk of spread of the virus. I want to emphasize and to remind truck drivers and truck owners that all truck drivers must get tested at the point of origin at least 48 hours before the commencement of the journey. This requirement has been put in place so that we can ensure that the journey of these drivers as they carry their cargo across these corridors and across borders is unhindered, and that they do not get held up at the border point and create the snarl-ups that we are witnessing right now. And it's important, therefore, that they must wait to receive these results before embarking on their journey if one tests negative. We are taking additional measures also to provide testing services that will cut down on the turnaround time of results at those border points. We are in discussions on how we can build some level of capacity at those points so that we can ease this congestion that is happening at the border points. But I think the most important thing is to follow the guidelines provided by the ministry, which is 48 hours, testing 48 hours before the journey begins. I want to appeal to all cross-border truck operators to abide by the protocols on the ministry's website. Employers are encouraged to advise their staff and general public accessing their workplaces to adhere to the laid down containment measures, which by now are very familiar to all of us. We'll continue to repeat it: hand washing, keeping physical and social distance, observing cuff etiquette, avoiding face touching, proper use of face mask, avoiding gatherings, and staying at home as much as possible if one can do that. Turning to our COVID situation today, we have recorded the highest number of positive cases since the pandemic struck in our country. I say that with some level of qualification because today we have tested a sample of 6,024, and among these samples we have found 213 positive cases. The qualification I refer to is that you can note that the 6,000 is a large number. I think it's probably the largest one-time number that we have tested. And the positives, 213, also looks high. It's the highest we have recorded, actually. But we must also look at this in the context of the number of samples that we have tested. So if you look at it as a ratio, we have been testing approximately 2,000, roughly 2,000 samples a day. And this is what has taken us to the three-digit figures of 100 and just above 100. If you look at it in that relationship, this number is not that alarming because it still translates to about that level we are seeing of about 70 positive tests for every 2,000 tests tested. The reason why the number is huge that we have tested is because, if you will recall, we have told you before that we had some backlog of samples which came up because we didn't have the reagents. We now have the reagents, and we've been able to clear up this backlog, some part of this backlog, which accounts for the large number of samples tested and gives us those number of positives. This now brings to 4,257 the number of positive cases in the country. And the cumulative number of tests that we have carried out so far is 130,498. Out of the positive cases, 198 are Kenyans, 15 are foreigners, and in terms of age, in terms of gender, 151 are males, 62 are females. In terms of age, the youngest is 1 year old, the oldest is 73. By distribution in the counties, Nairobi, as I alluded to earlier, leads with 136 cases, followed by Mombasa with 32, Kajiado 13, Kiambu 7, Busia 5, Nakuru 4, Machakos 4, Garissa 3, Isiolo 3, Taita Taveta 2, Kitui, Migori, Narok, and Embu have 1 case each. The distribution of the new cases by sub-counties is as follows. The 136 cases in Nairobi come from Dagoretti North, 36, Westlands, 25, Kamkunji, 17, Kibra, 13, Makadara, 11, Starehe, 8, Langata, 9, Kasarani, 6, Embakasi East, 4, Embakasi North, 3, Ruaraka 3, and Embakasi Central 1. Second leading county is Mombasa, and the cases today come from Mvita, 20 cases, Likoni and Kisauni, 5 cases each, Changamwe 2. In Kajiado, the 13 cases are from Kajiado Central, 7, Kajiado North 5, and Kajiado West 1. In Kiambu, the 7 cases are from Ruiru 4, Kiambu Town 2, and Lari 1. In Busia, the 5 cases are from Teso North 3 and Teso South 2. The Nakuru cases are from Naivasha 2 and Gilgil 1. Machakos cases are in Athi River, 2 cases, and Machakos Town, 2 cases. In Garissa, the cases are from Dadaab 2 and Garissa Township 1. In Isiolo, the 3 cases are from Isiolo Town. The 2 cases in Taita Taveta are from Voi, the 1 case in Kitui from Kitui South, the 1 case in Migori from Suna East, and the 1 case from Narok is from Narok North, and the 1 case from Embu is from Manyata. On a positive note, we have today discharged 106 patients from our various hospitals, bringing the total cumulative number of recoveries to 1,459. We continue to appreciate the good work that our healthcare workers are doing out there. At the same time, regrettably, we report that we have lost 10 more patients to the disease. This is the highest number of fatalities recorded on a single day since the first case. And this brings to 117 the number of those who have succumbed to the disease. I want to send my heartfelt condolences to the families and friends of the departed. I will end my presentation there, and I want to take this opportunity to welcome PS Kaberia from the Ministry of Petroleum and Mining. He's joining us today with a team, and I think they have a few things to tell us about what is happening in their space in terms of COVID-19. And also, I think we have a donation that is being made through the ministry. So let me invite PS Kaberia to make his remarks.
Thank you very much, Kaz Daktari, and to the members of the press. Thank you also for the time. May I join you also in really imploring onto our people the importance of adhering to these guidelines. As you can see, the situation is getting tougher, but we must continue getting tougher with it. At this time, we are here to celebrate the spirit of giving, the assistance from our corporate world, especially those within the mining sector, where we're saying, come out and give more. Many people have given in the past. We say, well, don't give up, continue giving, continue donating. This fight is a fight for all of us. We must join in and make sure that we safeguard our country. The most important thing is awareness, and that awareness can only be attained if we all come together, and especially through you, the people in the fourth estate. Cass, I think mine will be very brief, except I will say that today we are here with a group of the corporate world that has decided to come and join in the effort to try and fight COVID-19. And we have people from our sector in the, that is Base Titanium from Kwale that has come in with a big donation, and I would like to give them a chance. I will ask Melba Wasuna from Base Titanium to come and at least share this with us. But again, I would like to say, as they have done today, let us continue doing this. To those other corporates that gave in the past, we know this, the need is growing. So if we approach you again and you have to give, kindly give, and anyone else out there who is able to give. So Melba Wasuna, please come.
Asante sana, Bwana CAS, Ministry of Health. Thank you. Bwana PS, Ministry of Petroleum and Mining, State Department for Mining. Distinguished guests, my fellow Kenyans, hamjambo. I'm very honored to be here today on behalf of Base Titanium, together to offer support and contribute to the government's COVID-19 mitigation actions. This COVID-19 pandemic is unique. It's quite a unique challenge and one that requires a collective response. So it's very encouraging that we see here multiple private sector actors. We've got here colleagues from Stanbic as well, and working together very closely with government to deliver solutions and support. When Base Titanium was first approached about contributing to Stanbic Bank's ventilator initiative, we were immediately interested. It resonated with many of our core values, notably how activities can have a long-term sustainable impact on Kenya's growth and prosperity. Today, Base Titanium is proud to be contributing 100 high-flow nasal cannula oxygen therapy devices, i.e. ventilators, that will save lives during the current COVID-19 pandemic and will be a lasting legacy for hospitals around the country for years to come. This donation forms the major component of our national level contribution to fighting COVID-19. We are also working very closely with the Ministry of Petroleum and Mining through Principal Secretary Ambassador Kaberia to provide PPEs, infrared thermometers, and other support. In addition to the ventilators, today, Base Titanium is also donating COVID-19 diagnostic kits that are capable of conducting over 1,300 tests. The kits will contribute to the government's efforts to manage the virus through a rigorous testing regime. Our contributions are driven by the belief in the need for government and the private sector to work together in these extraordinary times. They also tie in very well with our health programs in Kwale, where we've been implementing in partnership with the Kwale County for several years and aligned very closely with the President's Big Four agenda for ensuring access to quality healthcare for all Kenyans. I'd like to extend my sincere appreciation to the Ministry of Petroleum and Mining, in particular the State Department of Mining, for being our partners in the development of Kenya's mining sector. Our strategic partnership with the Kwale County government continues to deepen, especially in the areas of poverty alleviation and assistance to the most vulnerable in these COVID-19 times. And of course, we must all commend Stanbic Bank and the Ministry of Health for spearheading the initiatives to source these ventilators in the first place. As I conclude, His Excellency the President has repeatedly stated that we are at war with an invisible enemy, and we can win the war if we work together and make collective efforts. Base Titanium is proud to be a partner in this fight and will continue to look for further opportunities to support response efforts. Asanteni sana.
Thank you very much, Melba. Now, you know, this kind of effort is actually spearheaded, put together by Stanbic. In that regard, allow me to just invite the CEO of Stanbic, Charles, to also come and say a word, and then we'll go back to Cass and we'll take questions.
Good afternoon, colleagues, and good afternoon. Thank you very much for giving us this time to share this platform and to be able to talk about our efforts in addressing the challenge that faces us all. Stanbic Bank partnered with a number of corporates in response to the government request and call for the private sector to come and assist in the fight for our invisible enemy, the COVID-19. We partnered with a couple of corporates, Base Titanium being one of them, Vala, Centum, Gulf Oil, and Africa Practice, to put together a consortium that brought into the country 192 high-flow nasal cannula devices, commonly called ventilators. We realized there was an urgent need for these ventilators in the country because for all our sick patients, they need help in breathing and they need that support from the private sector. It is our honor and privilege, therefore, to announce that those ventilators have arrived and the contribution that we're making towards helping our health sector and indeed the patients that are suffering from this disease, that they can be able to be helped. In addition to supporting the nation through the ventilators, Stanbic is also contributing 1,000 protective suits, 500 gloves, and 5,000 masks, which will be donated through the Kenya Health Federation. Those are already being sourced locally because we also want to support our local industry and support our local entrepreneurs so that they can also be able to continue producing and continue being in business. We are also have partnered with the Rotary International to contribute 700 water tanks which are being used across the country, 400 which have been distributed in Nairobi for people to wash their hands and to sanitize, because as we know, the only vaccine we have for COVID-19 is social hygiene, washing our hands, sanitizing, and social distance. To this end, Stanbic is proud to be associated with the private sector to continue to partner with the government to ensure that we can successfully fight this pandemic that we're facing and that we can all win at the end of the day. So we want to thank our partners, as I've indicated, Base Titanium we've worked with, Vala, Centum, Gulf Oil, and Africa Practice. We've come together to help work with us to be able to make this contribution possible and to support the nation's effort in fighting this disease. I want to thank you very much, and thank you, Minister of Health, for allowing us this opportunity to partner with yourselves to achieve this result.
Okay. Let me take this opportunity to thank the team here that has made the donation today, and generally thank all those well-wishers who have been supporting the efforts of the ministry and in general the COVID-19 response, which is multi-sectoral. We have had a great outpouring of interest to donate, both from the private sector as well as from our partners, development partners, and many other well-wishers. I think it is very commendable We want to encourage you to continue with that spirit of supporting the government's response. This pandemic that we are in is going to test us. It is going to stretch our resources, and we're going to need all the support that we can all muster in any form to be able to combat this pandemic. It's going to be drawn out too. So as the team was approaching here, I told them I was going to challenge them, and my challenge is that this is only a first donation. We're expecting to see more donations as time moves on. You understand the PPEs and that we use in this pandemic. These are one-time use disposable items that are very expensive. They need to be replaced all the time. I mentioned our testing program and some of the challenges that we face in testing, particularly in terms of the flow and supply chain of the testing kits. Those are areas that I think we're going to continuously need some level of support from all those who are ready to do that. And as we do that, I would also like to tell those who want to support us that so that that donation you're going to make is going to be useful and make some impact, especially in those areas where some of these items that are being donated are of a technical nature. It would be important to liaise with the ministry ahead of time so that you can get an idea, you can be given the specifications or the sources of the items that we use. In testing, for example, there are certain test kits that we use, machines that take certain test kits. We could always direct you to what type of materials that you can put your money in as a donation to the response. I think I will now ask Colonel Oguna maybe to take the questions, a few questions, which we'll try to respond to.
Oh, thank you. Hi, my name is Winnie from Ibru TV. Two questions. One, you talked about an increase in the numbers, and especially in Nairobi. So with the easing of the restrictions, for COVID-19 restrictions, do you think then this will accelerate the numbers even more? And then have you intensified on the release of asymptomatic patients to go back home to create room for the new patients who are coming in? And while on the same, for Dr. Amof, there's a concern about the asymptomatic and pre-symptomatic patients, where some patients are believed to be asymptomatic and yet they are pre-symptomatic. So what are some of the ways that you're doing to identify whether one is pre-symptomatic or the other is asymptomatic? And then the second question is, what is the state or update on the 300-bed capacity isolation facilities in the counties? Have they been set up yet or not? Thanks.
Helen Auro from NTV. You mentioned out of the 3 cases in Garissa, 2 are from Dadaab, if I'm not wrong. What does this mean? Because Dadaab is a refugee, hosts a refugee camp. So what does this mean in terms of preparedness, in terms of now, when it comes to refugees, not only even in Dadaab, but also in Kakuma as well? My second question, Mandera has recorded, or rather is still recording a flattening of the curve. Does this mean that you'll lift the restrictions imposed at the county?
Nancy Okware kutoka KBC. Swali langu la kwanza ni, hapo jana ulitangaza kwamba kuna baadhi ya vifaa vya kupima virusi vya corona ambavyo viko katika soko la humu nchini, lakini havitoi matokeo kama inavyostahili. Na swali langu ni, je, vifaa hivi viliwasili vipi katika soko la humu nchini, na kama wizara mmeweza kutambua kule ambavyo vilitoka ili mchukue hatua zaidi? Na mwisho kabisa, kuna wakati ambapo Waziri Kagwe alitangaza kwamba kulikuwa na idadi kubwa ya wagonjwa ambao wanafariki kutoka nyumbani katika kaunti ya Mombasa. Na leo hii tumetangaza watu 10 ambao wamefariki kutokana na virusi vya corona. Je, mtindo huu bado unashuhudiwa ama watu wameanza kwenda hospitalini, hivyo basi wale ambao wamefariki walikuwa katika vituo mbalimbali vya matibabu?
Okay. Thank you. The first question was on the increasing numbers that we are seeing, and particularly here in Nairobi, and how does easing of the measures impact upon this. It's true we are seeing increasing numbers. As we said yesterday, the spread of the infection generally follows a curve. Wherever it happens, it follows a curve. We may be at that point where we are rising on that curve. So we are going to see more cases as we move forward. But this is a fine balance between containment and ensuring that people are actually able to follow their livelihoods and be able to live their lives. And that is why these measures at some point have to be eased to allow people to be able to go about and do their business and earn a living. It's a fine balance. And that balance is informed by many things. It's informed by the epidemiology of the disease as we see, the curve, the way it is rising, the ability for us to be able to respond, the strength of and capacity of our health systems. All of these are taken into consideration, and if you will recall, when the President was making those announcements about easing these measures about 2 weeks ago or so, these considerations are taken into place, including some modeling data that informs us. We feel that the easing of these measures, provided we continue to observe the containment measures, the infection prevention and control measures that we have repeatedly talked about, we can still be able to continue flattening that curve so that our health systems do not get overwhelmed. The biggest concern is when these numbers rise so rapidly that your health systems become overwhelmed. Then you will find that people will begin to die because, one, they cannot get into a facility, they will begin to die at home and other places. The idea of flattening the curve is to make sure that that doesn't happen, that when people get sick, those who need hospitalization, they are able to get those services. And that is what informed our strategy, change in strategy of looking carefully at asymptomatic cases, the level of risk they present, and the possibility of providing home-based care for them. The idea there is because a large number of our positives tend to be in that category of asymptomatic, where they could be taken care of under the right conditions in a home setting. That would then allow us to be prepared for any surge that happens as these numbers rise, and which we expect is likely to happen. And Dr. Amot will talk a little bit more about that. In terms of the state of the 300-bed capacity, you will recall that, again, almost at that time when the President was making that statement, following that, there was a meeting between the Council of Governors and the Executive to ensure that this 300-bed capacity is met within a certain deadline. And in fact, resources have already been availed to this effect. There's a sum of about 5 billion Kenya shillings that you are all aware has been released to the counties as part of this COVID response. So I believe that is on track, and we should be hearing about that from the National Emergency Response Committee anytime soon. The 2 cases in Garissa, in the refugee camp, it's not the first time we have picked positives from Dadaab, especially Dadaab refugee camp. And there is capacity to be able to deal with cases if there are cases that need attention in Dadaab. There are actually some very good hospital within the refugee camp that has been beefed up to be able to deal with this. So yes, I know that when you get cases in situations such as a refugee camp or in a incarceration facility and so on, it raises concern because of the congestion and conditions in such places. As best as we can, we have taken the necessary action to ensure that, one, we try to minimize that happening. Two, if it does happen, we have put in place measures that will be able to isolate those and prevent the risk of transmission within those environments. About lifting the restricted movement in Mandera County, now that we are seeing the numbers are not rising and might even be coming down, I think that is a decision that will be made by the National Emergency Response Committee. I know that they should be meeting soon, and perhaps there may be some further addresses that need to be made on that. Let's wait for that and see what happens there. KBC talked on the rapid diagnostic tests that I spoke about yesterday. I think that's a very pertinent question that was asked. Why is it that, how did these rapid tests enter the market? Remember, I said that these rapid tests can play a role. They have a function that they can perform. Our concern is that if they are not used for that function but are used for another function, then that is not right. To use rapid diagnostic tests to claim that they test coronavirus, their test for coronavirus, is incorrect for now, because that's not what is used. These RDTs can be used for epidemiological testing to determine whether one has been exposed, whether one has antibodies. And in that sense, they can enter the market for that purpose. So our concern is that they are not used for a purpose that the ministry has not approved them for. There is a process. There is a lot of information that is still lacking in terms of the use of RDTs. When that information becomes available, if that information points to a fact that RDTs might be able to give an indication of diagnosis, then that determination will be made. In the meantime, RDTs cannot be used as a test to diagnose COVID-19, and I think that's the message that we want to send out there. Home deaths in Mombasa, which had increased. Again, I think Dr. Amoth will talk about that. But of course, we will expect some home deaths to continue to happen, because those home deaths that happen actually are people who are vulnerable to the virus. You know that there are categories of people. If you are beyond 60 and your immune systems are low, if on top of that you have another existing condition or a comorbidity, then you become vulnerable and could easily get infected and even be killed by this virus. Therefore, home deaths will occur because there may be such individuals who will pick a virus from maybe a family member or somebody visiting the home or somebody they've interacted with, and this person then might very rapidly deteriorate without knowing that is actually the COVID virus that finally will kill the person. So we will expect to see some of these home-based deaths as we move forward, but we also want to ensure that those who are infected are identified very quickly and are taken into isolation and treatment facilities so that they can get the appropriate care. Let me hand over to Dr. Amoth, perhaps to respond to one or two of those questions.
Thank you, CS Dr. Rashid, PS Ambassador Kabiria. Let me start from the last one on home-based deaths or community deaths. Out of the 10 mortalities you have reported today is only one that is a community or home-based death. And let me restate again that we are usually very concerned about home-based deaths because usually people who die at home means they're most likely symptomatic and they are shedding the virus in huge quantities. And in the spirit of Africans, as we care for the sick, then that puts the immediate members of the household at risk of transmission of disease. I want to report here gladly that the home deaths that we initially reported from Mombasa have since ceased. I want to thank Mombasa County through the leadership of Excellency Governor Joe and his team for a job well done. We'll still be on the lookout for home-based deaths wherever they occur so that we can be able to offer support to ensure that we change our health-seeking behavior so that people can be able to seek health services in health facilities. Let me also further add something about Dadaab and other refugee camps. Of course, these were areas that we picked as potential hotspots because, you know, our refugee camps are domiciled mostly in the eastern part of the country, and we have a porous border with our neighbor Somali. And because of the nature of the movement there, this area was picked as a potential hotspot. And the cases that we have received from there testify to that effect. What we have done, of course, to ensure that we have capacity building, we ensure that we have enough protective gear. We have supported Garissa County with enough protective gear, capacity building, and of course, the issues of infection prevention and control. Further working through a multi-agency team, that is the security apparatus, Department of Immigration, the public health officials, and the Nyumba Kumi initiative to ensure that anybody who moves in can quickly be identified and quarantined appropriately. Regarding asymptomatic and pre-symptomatic, very good scientific approach. Asymptomatic means you are tested positive for COVID-19, but throughout the span of the disease, you don't develop any symptoms. While pre-symptomatic simply means that you test positive for COVID-19, but over the period of the disease, then you develop the symptoms. Yesterday, I clearly articulated to you people here that 88% of our people are asymptomatic. They don't develop any symptoms throughout the span of the disease. So it's only the 12% who either have symptoms or who are pre-symptomatic. Initially, they don't have symptoms, but over the course of the disease, they develop one symptom or the other, like fever, difficulty in breathing, cough, loss of taste, or loss of sense of smell. It is with this view in mind that based on the WHO guidelines on home-based care, we further refined our home-based care through the support of our case management team. And this criteria is a very strict criteria that requires, one, that you must have a positive COVID-19 test. Number two, you must be asymptomatic. So the moment you have any symptom, then you don't qualify for home-based care. Or if you are in home-based care and you develop any symptom during the period you are in home-based care, then automatically we transfer you to an isolation or a treatment center. This is to be able to safeguard the members of the household and the community at large. And we are now uploading the module on home-based care for the community health volunteers and other healthcare workers to ensure that we sensitize the more than 60,000 community health volunteers and more than 30,000 healthcare workers to ensure that these instructions and guidelines and protocols are followed to the letter, not only to be able to relieve the burden of our healthcare system being overwhelmed, but also to bring services closer to the people. And as we stated previously, we have done this successfully before with other conditions, including HIV/AIDS. So we will not leave anything to chance. We'll apply a very strict criteria. We'll have a serious monitoring tool, and we'll have to get reports every week to ensure that the guidelines and protocols work as proposed. Thank you.
My name is Sam Gituku from Citizen TV. A few questions here. And first, on the 10 deaths that you're reporting, it would appear that they do not come from any of the cases that was in ICU as of reports yesterday. So I want to know the circumstances in which these people died. Is it because that those facilities they were admitted at were not offering the required care, or I mean, what exactly happened? Then number two, you said that out of the 6,000 samples that have been tested, it is from the backlog. What proportion of this is from the backlog that you had? And out of the 213 positive cases, which one would you attribute to the backlog? And does this pose a risk, especially to people that may have been moving around while being positive with no knowledge? And then finally, are there any studies that are being conducted to establish the chains of transmission, especially in areas in Nairobi, talking about Dagoretti North, talking about Westlands, any chains of transmission that will tell where these particular positive cases are and how they're being spread?
My name is Emmanuel Top from KTN News. Just a few questions. One, we've recorded the highest number of deaths today. How many, and I'm looking for numbers for this question, how many of those did not have any underlying conditions? And for those who had the underlying conditions, what were the conditions and how many were they? And then number two, we've recorded 200 cases, over 200 cases today. Are we approaching the peak yet, or are we on the peak of these cases in the country? Thank you.
My name is Graham Kajula from The Standard. My question is regards to what extent will you say that herd immunity has had a role in the way the disease spreads in the country, considering that the DG has said 88% of the cases that we have are asymptomatic, and we're not recording as many deaths as other countries. My second question is probably to the CS. What will be your comment on some staff who have been transferred and have decided to go to court from the Ministry of Health? The last one is on the issue of teenage pregnancy. There was some scare yesterday about the numbers, which later some counties clarified, but at the same time, what initiative do you have in terms of managing such incidences, considering that children are not going to school at the moment?
Okay. Thank you. Sam Gituku, you need some details on the 10 deaths that we have reported today, and I think even the gentleman from KTN News also asked about that. In terms of breakdown of these 10 deaths, where did they occur? What facilities? And what proportion of these deaths are from people who may have had some underlying conditions, and what type of conditions those are? I think that is a question for the technical team here to answer if they have that information on hand. We may not have that information here on hand right now, but I think Dr. Amot says he could respond to that. This requires looking at the statistics and breaking it down. So I'll leave it to Dr. Amot to respond to that question. But you also talked about chain of transmission, and what are we doing in terms of chain of transmission? The rapid response teams, their day-to-day work is actually to do the contact tracing and to go after every possible contact once a COVID positive case is determined. They develop very elaborate transmission maps that follow the number of people that a case may have had contact with. They then test those contacts as well. And if they find positives within those contacts, it creates another chain that needs to be followed up. So it's an elaborate process, and in fact it is one of the pillars really of containing any pandemic. This is what is meant by the identify or trace and treat philosophy that is used in trying to curtail a pandemic. So we do that. That information is available. The rapid response team have all those details, and if there is any particular map that may be desired, I think it can be provided for any particular individual. We do have those maps. KTN News, I think I have lumped your question together with Gituku's question to be answered by Dr. Amot. Standard, when we talk about herd immunity, indeed there is a natural thing that happens as a population is exposed to a particular pathogen over a certain period of time. When a number of people have been infected by, have been exposed to this pathogen, And the body's normal responses have mounted an antibody or an immune response. It's not only antibody, there's also cell-mediated immunity. Then you may develop a level of what you may call then herd immunity. If you recall, when this virus was beginning to spread in the UK, for instance, the argument there was that, well, let's just leave this virus and see how it spreads, in the hope that herd immunity would come in and curtail the spread of the virus. We know that that didn't happen, and the UK had to change their strategy, and it's not only UK. I think there are other countries that, was it Sweden, I believe, that used that approach. But very soon they found that the spread was just too fast for them to be able to take that position, and they brought in these containment measures which we are using here. What we know is that this herd immunity, as far as COVID-19 is concerned, is still unknown. Is still unknown. We talked about the RDTs, for example, the rapid diagnostic test, which I said pick up the antibody. Equally, when this test first came out, in some countries they were being used as what is called certificate of immunity. In other words, if a person tested positive on an RDT test indicating that he had an antibody, it was assumed therefore that this person was immune to the virus and would not be reinfected, and he could then go back to work without any fear of transmitting the virus. That has never come to be proved, because we do not yet have any idea whether those antibodies actually protect, whether the immunity that we see through detection of antibody actually means that an individual will not be reinfected or will not be a risk factor in terms of transmission of the disease. So there's a lot of unknowns as far as COVID-19 is concerned. With some of the other viruses similar to COVID-19, over time, yes, herd immunity has been demonstrated and it becomes self-containing. We still don't know with COVID, and it's too dangerous to assume that. We have already indicated 2 cases where they attempted that and found that they had to come back to it, to containment measures. So we'll continue with these containment measures. Over time, I'm sure that a lot of knowledge will be generated about immunity to COVID-19. The staff transferred. I've equally seen in yesterday's paper the issues surrounding this. I think the instructions have left the ministry, so we'll wait and see how that develops. But action has been taken to move those individuals, and we expect that those individuals will heed those instructions and move to the stations that they have been posted to. I think that was it. So let me hand over
What
to...
was the question about KTN?
KTN was about debts, the debts, and how many had underlying conditions and what were they?
Thank you, Waziri. Again, let me start with the last. There was a question about teenage pregnancies that I think escaped the boss' attention. Yes, we got this report from Machakos indicating that we have 4,000 teenagers who have become pregnant since the onset of this pandemic. Remember, we had our first case in March. On the 13th of March is when we officially declared the first COVID-19 case in Kenya. On average, mothers who come for antenatal services in healthcare facilities come in the 3rd trimester, the last 12, 13 weeks of the pregnancy. So if you go back to March, and now we are on the 18th of June, we are basically talking of the first or second early second trimester. So it's very unlikely that even if these young girls fell pregnant, they have already gone to the facilities for somebody to verify that they are indeed pregnant. But that notwithstanding, our team and Division of Reproductive Health are looking at this data. Remember also in the Kenya Demographic Health Survey of 2019, 400,000 teenagers get pregnant every year. So one county reporting 4,000 would also not be far-fetched. But I think we leave it to the team at the Division of Reproductive Health to look at the data and compare it with what we have in the District Health Information System. Then we shall be able to give you an appropriate answer. In terms of the deaths, we reported 10 deaths today. 9 of these deaths occurred in health facilities, 6 at Kenyatta University, Teaching Referral and Research Hospital, 2 occurred at the Coast General Hospital in Mombasa, and 1 in Nairobi Hospital. And of course, I told you about 1 community death in Kiambu. That tells you that our health-seeking behavior is changing. Many people are going to the facilities. And this is not an indictment on the treatment of these particular cases. Remember, there's no cure for COVID. The treatment is basically supportive. So if you come and you have respiratory failure or you have kidney failure, basically the role of the doctors and nurses and the laboratory people is to support you throughout that period and hope that you are able to pull through. I'm confident that even though we lost this number of people, these deaths occurred in facility and they received the best care that we could be able to afford them. In terms of the proportion of the 6,000, what came from the backlog, we had a backlog of just about 5,000 tests. So for today, maybe about 1,000, 1,500 could have come from the backlog. And I'm glad again to report that we have now since cleared the backlog of tests. There is always danger that if you have a backlog like that and somebody tests positive, after you have kept the specimen for 3-4 days or 1 week, and the person is moving around, of course, there's always that risk that he or she would be able to transmit the infection to other people. But what else could we be able to do? There was nothing because we didn't have the test kits to be able to confirm. What we pray and hope is that the global supply chain pipeline will get better and we'll have consistency in the test kits that we continue to get. There was an issue about transmission and contact tracing. It is usually very, very difficult to be able to do contact tracing once you have established community transmission. So linking somebody with a contact becomes very difficult and it becomes very, very expensive and tedious and tiring for the healthcare workers. So then you shift your plan from doing contact tracing to basically trying to contain the spread of the infection. Out of these 10, 7 of them out of the 10 mortalities reported today, 7 of them had underlying medical conditions, with 4 having diabetes mellitus, 1 having hypertension, 1 had chronic myeloid leukemia or bone cancer, and 1 had HIV. And I think this is the second or third HIV COVID positive case that we are reporting. Studies from South Africa have indicated that those who are taking the ARVs appropriately are able to achieve viral suppression. So it is again our call to those who are on treatment to ensure that they adhere to the treatment. Our health facilities are available, open 24/7. Please go for your prescription refill. The healthcare workers are properly trained, they are properly geared, and they are safe. So don't fail to take your medicine because you fear getting COVID. Because if you get COVID-19 and you're not taking your medication, it's like you are sentencing yourself to death. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think there's only one more thing left for us, and that is the ceremony of handover, where we'll just walk over there and receive the donation.
Babe, unanipenda? Nyoka ikitaka kuniuma utani defend?
Ai, nyoka kwanza kama panya inaongopa, mende ninaongopa. Hii niambie kitu kingine nitakufanyia.
Sawa basi, nipatie password yako.
Kupata password, bonyeza star 811 star 962 hash. Bonyeza star 811 star 962 hash.
Mimi sitakangi ujinga na mtu ajeze mbembi yangu.
Where you just buy, every businessman in Dubai is connected to the tax authority system. So that once you just key in the taxpayer details, it captures that tax into the taxpayer, and once you go and claim, then it is just found in the system automatically. So we have actually challenged the National Treasury to try as much as possible to finance KRA to invest in very smart technology, which will be very good, and it will avoid all these tussles with the taxpayers. Because what we want in this country is a good environment for business to thrive. We don't want a situation where businessmen are arguing with the government, because it will waste a lot of time, and it will actually even reduce our opportunity in collection of taxes. And therefore, investment in the technology is the only way to go. And therefore, we have said this one should be something which we are going to console more and more. And therefore, this one, we will be moving some amendment to align it to what we were thinking that it will work well, so that our stakeholders will not really cry. Mr. Speaker, there's quite a number of other items which have been in tax exempt, which have been recommended to be moved from tax exempt to standard. And these are aimed at creating around 8 billion shilling. The government now is actually going in a way that they have actually proposed that most of the exemptions and which had been given before they are now being reviewed seriously, so that we only leave the tax exemptions and any other incentives only to essential commodities. Mr. Speaker, when I move to other proposals in the bill, other than the move to remove tax exemptions, which are listed there, Mr. Speaker, there is also a proposal to adjust the threshold for under the excise duty, Mr. Speaker. There is a proposal which seeks to reduce the threshold for alcohol strength from over 10% to 8% for the purpose of tax purposes, Mr. Speaker. This will enable the collection of more taxes to a tune of 1.5 billion. However, Mr. Speaker, we will be proposing some amendments, Mr. Speaker, to move it even further to 6, so that we can collect close to 4 billion. Mr. Speaker, there is also a proposal, Mr. Speaker, to give tax voluntary tax disclosure program, Mr. Speaker, has been introduced or proposed by this bill. What it means, Mr. Speaker, is that the National Treasury is actually proposing that we should allow people who, according to them, have not declared their income properly for the last 5 years. This program is being proposed that if any Kenyan knows that he has not been declaring his income properly, then the proposal here is to allow you to declare that according to you are supposed to pay this, and once you declare that, you'll be actually allowed to pay that particular tax which you have declared without paying penalty and interest. And this has been given, and the proposal is to give for 3 years. From now on, for 3 years, that window is open. But you can declare 5 years going back. And that is going to really create a good environment for people to come to the level of compliance, because you find so many businesses are not sure about their compliance level. Once you declare, then you will be excused for the sins of the past. Mr. Speaker, there is also a proposal. I remember when this COVID pandemic started, Mr. Speaker, there is a lot of fear. When you want to buy clothes, you fear. Most Kenyans normally buy used clothes, mitumba, popularly known as mitumba. But many Kenyans do not know one thing, that Kenya is one of the best countries which produces very high quality clothes. Most of the clothes we buy in US, in Europe, are actually being manufactured here in Kenya at the EPZ. But there was a limitation that at the EPZ, the threshold for releasing to the Kenyan market was around 20%. So out of 100% you produce, only 20% you can send locally, and therefore it was not having a lot of impact in terms of pricing. However, the government, in terms of promoting local manufacture, at the same time helping Kenyans to buy new clothes in Kenya and quality clothes, relaxed that limit, and therefore most companies now are able to release up to 50% of what they produce to be sold locally. And in fact, Kenyans should know that they are able to get very good clothes from the EPZ. So this is a message to the business people. They should not wait to fly out to China or to Italy. We never know when you will be able to fly out, and therefore please promote the EPZ at the same time take the good quality clothes to Kenyans. Because of that, Mr. Speaker, there is a proposal to introduce a small fee, a duty, Mr. Speaker, 2.5% of the custom value on the goods tendered for home use from EPZ. This is at least to enable the government to raise some little tax from it, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I go to the tail end, Mr. Speaker, because I was just moving in summary, Mr. Speaker, there is also a proposal to introduce, Mr. Speaker, there are some very, very strategic projects which have been proposed by the government, but it has been going slowly. The implementation is taking time. And members might be asking when the expressway from JKIA to Westlands will be constructed. That will be constructed using BPP, which is the public-private partnership, Mr. Speaker. But because we did not have a framework on how they are going to recover, because most of this will be a situation where an investor invests his money on a public road. However, to recover his investment, the government will not be paying from the revenue which the government collects. The investor will be required to collect using a toll. Most of the members here, I'm very sure, and other Kenyans have traveled outside, and if you want to move faster, you go to the toll road, and that toll it will enable the investor, the person who constructed the road, to collect the funding which he used, plus agreed profit, until that road has paid itself back, maybe according to an arrangement. In other countries, they say build, operate, and transfer, so that after you recover what had been agreed, then you transfer back. It will depend. Another road, which is very strategic, is to enable Kenyans coming from Western Kenya to move faster from Nairobi all the way to the junction of Mau Summit, where the road going to Kisumu and Eldoret the interjection at Mau Summit. That road is also going to be built under PPP, and to enable it to be implemented, this bill is proposing the introduction of a toll fund, which will be used to collect and pay for those particular roads. So that is the essence of this. Mr. Speaker, there is also a proposal here to enable KRA over services or capacity building services to others, including county governments. And therefore, it is adding more responsibility, or it is expanding the scope of KRA to include capacity building and training. At the same time, it is also allowing KRA to work for other entities like county governments, including parastotals who want the services of KRA, so that they are able to collect more and offer services to Kenyans at the same time. Because KRA has been known to be, at some point, yes, it's not the best, but it is actually on top in Kenya in terms of revenue collection. Because what we hear from KRA is that when they move to collecting even parking fee in Nairobi went 5 times what was being collected by the county government directly. So KRA can do better, even if other counties can hire them to collect for them. Mr. Speaker, there is also a proposal that in case, there have been issues where banks, when they collapse, and the Kenya Revenue Authority has had an account there, the money which has been, or funding which has been collected on behalf of Kenyans was not being given priority in terms of payment in case of liquidation of a bank. Mr. Speaker, this bill proposes to give priority to KRA in case there is an issue of liquidation. Mr. Speaker, I now go to public participation. Mr. Speaker, in terms of public participation, in line with the Article 118 of the Constitution, the committee received a record 40 memoranda, having accorded the public an opportunity through the newspaper advert placed on Friday, 8 May 2020, Mr. Speaker, and it ran all the way to 21st May 2020, Mr. Speaker. We received several memoranda, and we received from 40, as I've said, among them, Mr. Speaker, and not limited to Kenya Breweries, Mr. Speaker, PKF Taxation Services, Institute of Certified Public Accountants, Kenya Bankers Association, KPMG Advisory Services, Oxygen, Association of Retirement Benefit Schemes, African Salia Cargo and Cleaning Services, Fund Managers Association, Jawala and Kana, PricewaterhouseCoopers, Independent Power Producers, Kenya Association of Manufacturers, Kenya Private Sector Alliance, Yuba Kenya Limited, National Social Security Fund, NSSF, the Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and Industry, the Ministry of Transport and Infrastructure, Shared COKE, American Chamber of Commerce, and Office of the Attorney General, among others, Mr. Speaker. And we went through all these memoranda, Mr. Speaker, and in line with the Constitution, Mr. Speaker, we considered each proposal, and they are really properly documented in our report, Mr. Speaker. Oh, okay.
Chair.
Oh, yes, Madam Speaker.
You are addressing a speaker who is not here.
Madam Speaker, today you have dressed like this, Mr. Speaker, and therefore, sorry for that, Madam Speaker, but let me take this opportunity to welcome you. However,
but of course you're lying, Honorable Limo. You can't see what I'm dressed in beyond.
I've realized the reason why, Madam Speaker.
Unless you've been spying from other times.
Madam Speaker, I've realized that, I'm always required to use specs to see farms, Madam Speaker, and therefore I'm very sorry for that. However, I really thank the members who have given me this information. Madam Speaker, the proposal made by the stakeholders form the basis of the committee proposed committee stage amendments and other observations which we are going to use even in the future, because, Madam Speaker, most of the recommendations by the stakeholders have always formed our data bank for future recommendations and even operations by our committee. Madam Speaker, before I finish, Madam Speaker, I have to really acknowledge the members of my committee. In fact, the majority leader will agree with me that the members we have in our finance committee are very dedicated. During the COVID, they were operating here. And in fact, the members like Honorable Jimmy Angwenye and Honorable Adipo Kwome, Honorable Oyula, Honorable Kibukuchi, who are actually, they are actually senior members of the committee, including Honorable Shakil Shabir. They have been trying their best, even if they are not attending physically, but they have been actually participating virtually. The spirit has been very good, and they have been dedicated. I want to take this opportunity to thank them. I want also to take this opportunity to thank the Office of the Majority Leader, Office of the Clerk, Office of the Speaker for the support which they gave us during this time. Finally, I want also to thank the Office of the National Treasury, led by the CS, Yukuri Atan, because they have been very consultative. They have been coming to us. We have been consulting them severally. And with those few and many remarks, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, I want to end it here, and without anticipating debate, I want to really urge this House to support this committee, and I want to ask the Majority Leader, Honorable Duale, to second.
Leader of Majority.
Honorable Madam Speaker, I rise to second. And Madam Speaker, this is the first time, and the Speaker alluded today, this is the first time this House is dealing with the finance bill at this particular moment. In the at least all the times, some of the members will agree with me, the finance bill used to have a timeline of 3 months from when the minister gives the highlights of the budget estimate. So the deadline for the passage of the finance bill used to be 30th of September. But because that law was declared unconstitutional, then we are forced, and I think it is tidy, it's decent, that as we present the appropriation bill 2020-2021, we also present the finance bill as a House, so that as we ask, the minister asks for money, we give him the finance bill that will also help him in raising taxes. So, Madam Speaker, early this year, 2 months ago, I think, in order to cushion Kenyans and the economy from the negative impact of the COVID pandemic, His Excellency the President introduced measures, the executive that he leads introduced measures under the Tax Laws Amendment Act of 2020, which we passed. And really want to thank the House for the passage of that tax laws. That has made this finance bill of 2020 a very short, simple bill, unlike the old finance bill, because a lot of the issues were dealt with at the Tax Laws Amendment Act of 2020. Now, Madam Speaker, allow me to express first my gratitude to the honorable members for fast-tracking the enactment of that Tax Laws Amendment Bill 2020, which had so many issues, including the reduction of VAT, including the reduction of the waiver given to personal taxes to individual Kenyans during this very trying moment of COVID-19 pandemic. And you can see today, as we stand here, 10 Kenyans have died the last 24 hours. based on what the Ministry of Health has already given to the country. 10 Kenyans have died. And the number has reached of those positive to 213, the highest. So I think as leaders, we must be at the forefront now to make sure that we preach and do civic education to our constituents and to our people that this disease is real, is going to impact on our lives, is going to impact on the economy, and we must all work together. Madam Speaker, the Finance Bill 2020 that the chairman of the Finance Committee has moved is before this House and proposes now to support the financial year 2020 budget. The tax laws was supporting vulnerable groups in our society. But the finance bill that is before this House is supposed to support the budget or the financial year 2020-21 budget. And in this bill, careful analysis have been made by the National Treasury that put in place packages of sound fiscal measures that will support both the Kenyan people during this emergency period, will support their businesses, and overall will support the recovery of the economy. So, Madam Speaker, I think honorable members will have time to go through the bill. It's a very important bill, and we'll have an opportunity once the committee bring more amendments at the committee of the whole House. But I want to confirm that a lot of discussion has taken place between the committee, the National Treasury, KRA, and what we expect is a finance bill that is not very controversial come the committee of the whole House. Madam Speaker, let me just go to 6 key areas that this bill touches. First, the bill proposes to amendment to the Income Tax Act in order to raise the upper ceiling of the monthly rental income that is subject to 10% monthly rental income at the rate of 15 million per year, from 10 million per year. So those who are collecting 15 million annually to pay rental tax at the rate of 10%, now they will pay at the rate of 10% instead of 25%. Anybody who was collecting rentals at the cost of at 15 million, before they were paying 25% rental tax, but now with the passage of this bill and assented to by the President, they will pay 10%. What does that mean? Then that means this House and government expects landlords to pass that benefits to tenants, particularly during this difficult period. So there is an amendment, a positive amendment to the income tax on rentals. Secondly, Madam Speaker, this bill proposes to caution farmers from the high cost of maize seeds for sowing by exempting the corn maize seeds from VAT. And this is intended to increase food production in our country, especially maize, which is a staple food, and again more during this period. Madam Speaker, thirdly, this bill proposes to exempt ambulance services in addition to other medical, nursing, and dental services from VAT, which are currently exempted from VAT. Madam Speaker, the essence of this proposal by the National Treasury will further cushion Kenyans from the high cost of seeking medical services, as the use of ambulance services is expected to be cheaper, both in urban and rural Kenya. Number 4, Madam Speaker, this finance bill has proposed to exempt currency notes and coins procured from Dealeroo, Kenya, by the Central Bank of Kenya from the payment of the Railway Development Levy. So any investment by Delarue is now exempted from the payment, anything they import from the Railway Development Levy. And this is just to reduce the cost of printing notes and minting coins for the country, further making more savings. The more we reduce the printing of currency because of reduction or non-payment of the Railway Development Levy, we expect government to make some savings. Madam Speaker, this bill also, the fifth one, proposes to exempt from Railway Development Levy an import declaration fee of all goods, including material supplies, equipment, machinery, motor vehicles, for only the official use by the Kenya Defence Forces and by the National Police Service. So any equipment, any supplies, any motor vehicle that will be imported by the Kenya Defence Forces and by the National Police Service will, in future, if this proposal passes, be exempted from the payment of the Railway Development Levy and the import declaration fee. Why are we doing this? Why is government doing this? What was the intention? And this is to reduce the cost to security forces and enable them, enhance security in our country. During this period, along our borders, we know Kenya Defence Forces has done a very good job. They are making us safe from all sorts of external threats, either from terrorists. And it is in the interest of our country that we build the capacity. Madam Speaker, the sixth one, this bill proposes to introduce something called, very important, for the first time I've seen in Parliament, a voluntary disclosure program under the Tax Procedure Act to allow taxpayers disclose any tax liabilities they have for the last 5 years, prior or before the 1st of July 2020. Madam Speaker, this, number one, will enhance tax revenue collection through improved tax administration and compliance by the citizens in paying their taxes. And number two, this program, which has been introduced even in the budget highlight, is meant to provide an opportunity to taxpayers, our citizens, to fully disclose their tax liabilities in their books of records. And that this program will run for 3 years and will provide relief from any penalties. So we want Kenyans to come and engage with the taxman and within these 3 years and disclose liabilities. Madam Speaker, this bill contains other various amendments aimed at improving the tax administration and enhancing tax collection. The issue of the minimum tax, the issue of the digital service tax, all those are contained in the report of the committee tabled by the chair. And, Madam Speaker, let me also make it fundamentally clear that the finance bill is a money bill. So amendments to this bill must be subjected to Article 114 of the Constitution. Because the committee has already met, not once, not twice, thrice, in consultation with the National Treasury. So the CS National Treasury and the committee in their consultations are the only ones, I think, in most circumstances who can bring an amendment. Because I remember, Madam Speaker, that if we bring a fundamental amendment, then the element of public participation is lost, and somebody can go to court and challenge that. Madam Speaker, the Finance Bill 2020 proposes to amend the Public Roads Toll Act to enable persons who enter into agreement with the Cabinet Secretary responsible for transport or roads to collect road tolls on roads constructed and managed under such agreements. This will facilitate the use of the public-private partnership in the construction of specific roads. This is very important because the Mau Summit Road is a public-private partnership that will open the western part of Kenya, beginning from Nakuru all the way, so that we can't fund so major highways where people can pay some little money, like that kind of a road, then we need to have the legal framework. So the tolling aspect of the private-public partnership in the construction and management of roads is an aspect, and the creation of the fund is an aspect that is in this bill. And of course, the flyover from Jomo Kenyatta International Airport all the way to Westlands, passing next to Parliament, and I'm sure help a lot of us from the traffic jam. All this public-private investment in the road network and the tolling require the legal framework. So I really want to ask members that we pass this so that that fund is established, of course, and managed by the CS Treasury and CS Roads. And it has gone through public participation in both committees, the Committee of Finance and the Committee of Transport. On financial sector, Madam Speaker, I'm just remaining with two. This bill proposes to amend the Retirement Benefits and Capital Markets Acts to enhance the regulations of pension schemes and capital markets. I think there were two areas. One was on the pensioners, and the committee have agreed with the National Treasury that on that one they will step aside. There are a number of other areas that the National Treasury and the committee have agreed in terms of, is it the right time? Yes, it's not the right time. What do we do? Then in the finance bill, then you extend the effective date. You can say the effective date can be 1st of July 2021. I'm sure all that will come when we reach the committee of the whole House. So there are amendments. This bill proposes certain amendments to retirement benefits and the Capital Market Acts in order to enhance the regulation of pension schemes and capital markets in our country. Madam Speaker, as I move, allow me to thank the committee for their commitments in support of this. The finance bill, in fact, the finance committee is just like the budget committee. It's
Honorable Leader, please conclude.
Yeah, I'm just concluding. So the finance committee is more like the budget committee. During this period, they are very, very busy, and I'm sure both committees have done a wonderful job. I also want to thank His Excellency the President on the measures he has taken, including the ones in the budget, to cushion Kenyans and business against the adverse impact of COVID-19. With those many remarks, Madam Speaker, I beg to second.
Honourable members, I go on to propose a question, which is that the Finance Bill, National Assembly Bill number 10 of 2020, be now read a second time. Honourable members, I see quite a number of requests, and I hope that all the members are here, and each member has 5 minutes. Is it 5 minutes? 5 minutes to contribute. Let's have the Honourable Member for Dagoretti South to start us off. Honourable Waweru Kiari.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And the opportunity to contribute to this is not taken lightly. I do appreciate. I'd also like to commend the chairman of the Finance Committee and his committee for the work that has gone into this. And Madam Chair, there are quite a number of things that can be said about this year's budget, and there's quite a lot that can be commended, and quite a number of issues that need to be critiqued. Madam Speaker, I'm really happy with the presentation made by the chairman, especially to the effect that the committee is considering the issue of pensioners being taxed. Madam Speaker, we all know that the pensioners in this country are actually earning just a fraction of what their salaries was. The pensioners in this country, Madam Speaker, have people that they're taking care of. They have commitments. And when we saw the proposal to tax pensioners, Madam Speaker, some of us actually made time to come here early so that we can put in our voice to what the chairman has said, that it would be ill-informed for us as a House to move that we tax our pensioners. Madam Speaker, there is a second issue that I'd like to take up with this finance bill, and this has to do with taxing of the digital economy. Madam Speaker, we know that we have been promising the young people of this country jobs for years upon years. Finally, as a government, this country has not been able to offer the jobs that they have been promising the young people. Our young people have resorted to new and emerging technologies as a way of business. We have young people who are running online digital businesses. We have young people who are conducting their shops, who have formed their shops online on platforms like WhatsApp, on Facebook, and other digital platforms, Madam Speaker. And in my view, I think it would be very wrong for us as a House to move that we shall be taxing this new digital economy, because for some of these young people, it is the only thing that is left for them as a means of livelihood. So, Madam Speaker, as far as digital online content taxing is concerned, I will stand to oppose that, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, there is the issue of the LPG gas.
Honorable Kiari,
yes.
Just a correction. You have 10 minutes. Each member has 10 minutes to contribute. There is an exception to the finance debate on the finance bill, and that is according to a resolution that was passed by the House in February. Go ahead, Honorable Kiari. So you can reorganize your thoughts to 10 minutes. You don't have to finish, members, but it's important for you to know that you have up to 10 minutes to contribute.
Madam Speaker, I'm very well guided, and thank you for highlighting that for me. And I will just put my thoughts across. And if there is some time left, I think I'll be magnanimous enough to donate it to any other member who will be keen to be contributing to this, so that I can make time for more members to contribute. Madam Speaker, the two issues that I had raised earlier was one on the pensioning, on taxing the pensioners, and secondly, the issue of the digital economy. Madam Speaker, where we impose taxes on these two, we shall be punishing actually a group, one of the pensioners who are really busy trying to make ends live, and secondly, we shall be taxing the youth who are trying to make a living out of new and emerging technologies if we go on to tax the digital platforms, digital economy, and any other businesses that are being carried out online. Madam Speaker, after punishing our pensioners and punishing our youth, we shall then be dealing a blow to the women of this country when we go ahead and increase the tax on LPG gas. Madam Speaker, we are at a time when we are trying to run big campaigns to convince our people that it is not prudent to be using charcoal. It is not prudent to be using firewood and all the incumbent health hazards that come with wood and charcoal. How then, Madam Speaker, do we on one hand tell Kenyans to not use charcoal and gas and firewood, and then go on and impose a very high tax on LPG gas. Madam Speaker, we are here to legislate. We know that the process of budget does belong to Parliament, but we are not here to punish our people. Madam Speaker, I believe it's about time that this House actually came to the realization that we are empowered as Parliament to constitutionally to actually approve these tax variations that are being proposed. Madam Speaker, I do believe that with a good and robust debate, we shall be able to attend to these matters. Madam Speaker, I'd like to bring up the issue of zero rating of FLA. Madam Speaker, I think in every single member's mind here, we all understand that FLA is a staple in this country. Madam Speaker, we have been able to zero rate milk. We have been able to zero rate bread. Milk and bread is consumed in urban areas. The staple for every other Kenyan is actually FLA. So if we could be able to zero rate milk, we could be able to zero rate the bread. This is the cake of the rich. Then we have no reason why we should not zero rate FLA for that person who is consuming ugali, who is consuming chapati as their staple. Madam Speaker, I remember that a member did stand in his place in this House and tell us that this budget is an extraordinary budget for an extraordinary time. So, Madam Speaker, if we are making a budget for an extraordinary time, I would like to see us debating on how we can zero rate FLA, just as we are zero rating bread and milk for our Kenyans. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, I'd like to say that, yes, I am in support of the chair and the committee and their presentation. However, I wanted to bring those three things on record so that it goes unanswered, that we did speak about our pensioners, Madam Speaker. We did speak about our youth who are earning out of our digital economy. We did speak about the women who shall be paying higher if we levy taxes, higher taxes on LPG gas. And Madam Speaker, finally, I do also want to go on record for that final issue, that we can actually zero rate our FLA. Much appreciated, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Let's have the Honourable Member for Lego Usonga, Honourable Atandi.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to make my contributions on this year's finance bill. And I want to start by saying that I support the bill as presented by the committee. And I would like to say that the finance bill is literally how the economy is going to raise the resources that will be used to fund the budget. And so, throughout my life in this Parliament, Honourable Speaker, this is the first time that we have a more simple and clear finance bill. And I want to just make a few remarks on just three areas. One, on income tax. Honourable Speaker, I want to say that I support the proposal to introduce what is called minimum tax. Honourable Speaker, there are so many businesses in this economy that run each year, and they do not pay tax because they make losses. While doing these businesses, they use the infrastructure that will be set up and funded by other taxpayers. And therefore, I think it's very important that we be able to normalize everybody in the area of tax payment, especially on this line. So the introduction of 1% tax of turnover of each and every business is going to help to ensure that all businesses that are enjoying government infrastructure are actually paying for it. The other thing, Honourable Speaker, is on VAT Act. Honourable Speaker, on VAT Act, the bill proposes to cut substantially what is called tax expenditures. Honourable Speaker, in the previous Finance Acts, there have always been proposals to create more exemptions. So these exemptions, in a nutshell, have worked towards denying the economy the required resources that are necessary to run the economy. So here, the bill proposes to substantially cut a number of those exemptions, and in the process, the finance bill, this finance bill is going to ensure that the economy realizes, in a nutshell, more than about 10 billion of taxes tax expenditure which is going to be saved. So therefore, Honorable Speaker, these proposals are very important because you realize that as an economy, we have the budget side which we need to fund, and we must raise the resources to fund it. So the proposals contained here of standardizing VAT on most of these items is going to help. I also want to add that the bill proposes to waive VAT on seeds, on maize and corn seeds. I think this is very important because you realize in this era of COVID, one of the sectors that this economy is going to rely on is agriculture. And so if we are going to allow our farmers to access seeds cheaply, especially maize farmers, I think this is going to help this economy. So I think this is one of the proposals which I support in this bill. The other proposal which I support is on tax procedures. Honorable Speaker, there's an introduction of what is called voluntary tax disclosure, which is going to allow those people who are having tax issues to come out and declare and negotiate with KRA. And I think this proposal is timely, Honorable Speaker, because in the past, Kenyans have been complaining about the manner in which KRA is executing its tax recovery mechanisms. And you've seen that some Kenyans have, even the president, I think, complained that KRA was being vicious in the way it was seeking to recover taxes from people who are defaulting. A case in point, Honorable Speaker, is when we complained that, KRA was being used to undermine local companies, to undermine hardworking Kenyans, and most Kenyans were very unhappy when companies such as Keroche were arraigned in court. Well, we do not oppose the criminal prosecutions of tax defaulters. But, Honorable Speaker, KRA must be able to employ other mechanisms such as what we are introducing here, which is going to allow them to engage tax defaulters and people who have tax issues, and they are going to talk to them, and they are going to have a mechanism of payment. Personally, Honorable Speaker, I've been opposed to this prosecution of tax defaulters because, as you are aware, first of all, judiciary is not even effective. If you take a tax defaulter to court today, that case will take 10 years. And a company that is being prosecuted in court will not perform, the output will not be the same as if that company was negotiating with the KRA on those issues. Therefore, this proposal to me, Madam Speaker, is going really to help even KRA to recover more taxes because those people who are having tax issues are going to come out and they are going to engage KRA and they are going to discuss these issues. And this law, even though it has a period in which it will be applying, I would like to plead that this law needs to be extended so that it is going to serve this economy for long. And lastly, Madam Speaker, my colleague, the MP for Dagoretti South, introduced a very important subject. Honorable Speaker, I come from Ugali eating zone. You know, Luenyanza and Western is all Ugali eating zone. And recently I was in the village and I realized that Ugali is very difficult to come by. The reason why Ugali is difficult to come by is because the price of maize flour and wheat flour is really high. And I think in the manner, in the sense of the argument which has been advanced, that this parliament has been able to zero-rate milk. We have also been able to zero-rate bread. So there is really no excuse why this parliament should fail to zero-rate maize and wheat flour, because this is really what a lot of Kenyans are eating. Even if you go to Central, every other part of Kenya, everyone is eating ugali. It's a staple food. Therefore, I would want to plead with this House that this Finance Bill 2020 will make sense if we will be able to allow our people to access maize and wheat flour cheaply. It will make a great sense. Because other than the fact that we are seeking to raise substantial revenues, which we have actually been able to address, because if you look at the tax expenditures which we have tried to create in this bill, those proposals actually will be used, can be used to mitigate the expenses which the government is going to incur in meeting the costs associated with zero rating of maize flour. And this is something that is going really to help our people, to allow our people to live with dignity and to eat. I do not think that in this era, we members of parliament can be sitting here to make laws and at the same time our people are dying of hunger. I think we will be doing nothing. So we have to ensure that we protect our people, we allow our people to access food, staple food which they like, easily and cheaply. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I support.
Well said, Honorable Atandi. Only I'm not sure your statement about being from an ugali eating zone. It's very debatable because I think most Kenyans will claim to be from ugali eating zones. But very well put, very well put. Let's have the Honorable David Sankok.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to put my voice on this very important Finance Bill 2020. Honorable Speaker, and from the onset, I do support this Finance Bill, and I thank and congratulate Honorable Limo and his team for having a very easy to understand Finance Bill, and really have worked very hard to make sure that it beat all the deadline so that we can be able to finance the budget that we have just passed in this House, Honorable Speaker, because without the Finance Bill, Honorable Speaker, having a budget of $1 trillion will be nothing, Honorable Speaker, and sometimes it will lead us towards probably borrowing more and having very high debt, Honorable Speaker. But if we put in place bills that will make sure that we collect enough revenue to be able to finance our own budget, Honorable Speaker, that will be very good, and that is why I congratulate Honorable Limo for the good work done. Honorable Speaker, we also cherish those days, although I was not in the House. Honorable Dr. Kimunya was here when he was the Finance Minister. He will be sweating in this House if we had CSS within this House, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, and that's why earlier members were supporting that the CSS should be part of this House. Honorable Speaker, though this is a House of an honorable House, which only allow honorable members to be within, so does not allow dishonorable members or disorderly members from outside, strangers, to be within this House. So we'll live with this one until probably this issue of BBI and the referendum, I don't know, was it reg also, so that we can be able to bring this thing. Honorable Speaker, now going to the budget, Honorable Speaker, the cash transfer to severely disabled persons has been constant for a period of 5 years, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, and the fund allocated to the National Council for Persons with Disability have been reducing year in, year out, by either, like this year, it reduced by 59 million, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, we should also be able to, because the ultimate test of any government is in the manner in which it treats the weakest members of the society. Persons with disability are among the weakest members of our society, so we'll also have to know how to be able to cushion them. Honorable Speaker, zero rating of packed milk and bread, Honorable Speaker, as Honorable Atandi has said, Honorable Kiari has said, is for the rich, Honorable Speaker. We should be able to request the Committee on Finance to be able to come up with ways of us zero rating what is really needed on the ground. And that is what they said, the ugali and the chapati, which is the maize flour and the wheat flour, Honorable Speaker. I think we should, including even rice, Honorable Speaker, because Honorable Atandi is coming from a ugali eating zone, and Honorable Sophia, my chairman, is coming from the rice eating zone, Honorable Speaker. So let us zero rate what is really required by the weaker members of our society. Because what we are saying is that this budget process, which include the finance bill, Honorable Speaker, is within the extraordinary time and require extraordinary measures. The extraordinary measures that we need is to cushion our citizen. The only way we can cushion our citizen is not to zero rate packed milk, because you know it is, Honorable Kiari, it is actually packed milk that is zero rate, not the milk that we sell in chupas and so on, the Masai milk down there. So let us, and that is for the rich, let us zero rate what is required there on the ground, Honorable Speaker. 1% tax on rental houses, Honorable Speaker, I do support this one 100% because rental income, you cannot compare a building that is in Embakasi, Nairobi, and a building that is in Ntondo, Narok. You cannot compare the rent that is collected. It is collected, it collect more rent from Nairobi because of the infrastructure that was put in place. And this infrastructure is built through taxes, Honorable Speaker. So taxing rental income, Honorable Speaker, is an idea which we have seen in other discussion in other countries, Honorable Speaker. We are the Honorable Limo had mentioned so many other countries, Honorable Speaker. So I think even 1% tax on the rental income is still on the lower side, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, tax waiver on maize seeds and corns, Honorable Speaker, is very important because the backbone of our economy is agriculture. So if we waive taxes for all the seeds, not only for maize, but all the agricultural seeds, Honorable Speaker, and even go further and waive taxes for agricultural input, Honorable Speaker, this one will change our country in terms of the backbone of our economy, which is agriculture, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, and during this time of the COVID-19, Honorable Speaker, because of bills and rents in the urban centers, majority of our citizens have migrated to rural areas. So now we have urban center rural migration instead of the rural urban migration, Honorable Speaker. And we can tap on this energy that is going to the rural areas by waiving taxes on agricultural inputs so that they can involve themselves in agriculture, Honorable Speaker. And this COVID-19 may actually turn out to be a blessing in disguise, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I also appreciate the committee for dropping taxing of pensioners, Honorable Speaker. Because, Honorable Speaker, we cannot be cushioning our senior citizen. We cannot be giving monthly stipend to our senior citizen, 70 years and above. And at the same time, we want to tax the little pension that they normally receive, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, every member of this House will one day go towards aging, Honorable Speaker. Go towards 70 years, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, during that time, Honorable Speaker, you will have retired, but you will be having a lot of lifestyle diseases, blood pressure, diabetes, and so on. That is the time you really need that money, Honorable Speaker. Taxing of pensioners, Honorable Speaker, was not a very good idea, and I thank the committee, together with the ministry, for dropping that particular ignominious idea that they had introduced earlier, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I'm also happy of the express highways that will be built, express to the airport and others express to bypass Nakuru, Honorable Speaker. These roads will be built by public-private partnership, Honorable Speaker. And we have seen in other countries, Honorable Speaker. In America, Honorable Speaker, most of the members have traveled to New York. There are channels that are built, very good roads that are built through private public partnership, Honorable Speaker. And they only attract a little fee, so if you are in a hurry, Honorable Speaker, sometimes it saves a lot, and it saves a lot of fuel to bypass those roads, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, in the same breath, and I want this one, Honorable Limo, to listen to me, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, because Honorable Limo is very busy talking with Honorable Cheboy, the Deputy Speaker, Honorable Speaker. So, Honorable Speaker, I want this one, Honorable Cheboy, to listen, because it's very important. In the same breath of public-private partnership, Honorable Speaker, on express roads, let us also go to SGR, because at the moment SGRs have just reached a murtoto. If we can have public-private partnership so that we can extend that SGR via Narok, Ewasongoro, all the way to Kisumu, Honorable Speaker, then it will be a good idea, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, taxation is mandatory if we are to support our budget without much borrowing, Honorable Speaker. And that's why we support this Honorable Speaker Finance Bill. And lastly, Honorable Speaker, we need a lot of resources to be put on the weaker members of our society. Weaker members of our society, if we don't tax maize flour, if you don't tax rice, Honorable Speaker, that one will trickle down to the weaker members of our society who cannot afford packed milk and cannot afford bread and other issues, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, with those very many remarks, I do support this finance bill 100%, mia kwa mia.
The Honorable Member for Kathiani, Honorable Mboi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity. Madam Speaker, I also rise to support the Finance Bill 2020. Madam Speaker, I want to begin by saying that this finance bill has been designed and put together at a time when the nation is going through a lot of challenges. And so I think the CS and the committee have had to balance between ensuring that there is raised revenue for the nation to be able to fulfill its obligations, pay salaries, ensure that development still goes ahead, and at the same time deal with the idea of cushioning citizens and businesses during this period of this pandemic, which is generally all over the world. So it's a very delicate balance. I think they have to balance, it's like walking a tightrope. So, Madam Speaker, what has the CS done? First and foremost, he needs to raise revenue. So what he has done is that he has tried to expand the bracket. Because I look at the idea of raising those people that are paying taxes, income tax on rental income, and I realize it's not just an idea of reducing from 25% to 10% for those who have, who are paying rental income for up to 15 million. I think it's really an idea of widening the bracket, because I think some of those that have houses and pay rental income of maybe between 10 million and 15 million, maybe some of them are not being caught. So the idea now is to use a simplified taxation method, which is simply a 10% payment. And I think that will help to ensure that more people actually pay their taxes. So that's one of the ways I think is used to ensure that more people come into the tax bracket and more people pay what they owe to the government. Mr. Speaker, again, the other thing is that on the Tax Procedures Act amendment that he proposes, I think the idea is to also ensure that those people who have not been paying taxes as expected over a period, in fact, he's talking about 5 years, that these people are brought into the tax bracket and they pay. And the idea is to issue that relief or as an incentive, that if you have not been paying taxes, you can now pay what you owe over the last 5 years, but you will not have to pay penalties and there will be no interest on what you owe. So I think that's really important. And considering that the proposal is to take it for another 3 years, I think that will help to raise quite a lot of money for the government. Madam Speaker, there are quite a lot of benefits that I have seen in the finance bill. Not to forget that just recently we passed another bill which is similar to this, that was giving incentives that helped to the benefits that we received first were that the income tax was reduced from 30% to 25%. The turnover tax was reduced from 3% to 1%. And VAT was reduced from 16% to 14%. So other than those incentives, which obviously, looking at the budget, what has happened is that those incentives are costing the exchequer about 172 billion. That's about 10%. So now there is need to raise more money so that we can cover that deficit. So, Madam Speaker, what proposals has he given further to ensure that he helps the economy? One is that he is intending to protect local industries. And how does he propose to do that? To ensure that excise, or rather import duty, is still charged on imports for iron and steel products at 35% for a further 1 year. Again, he proposes that duty on paper and paperboard products again will be charged at 25% for a further 1 year. In other words, he's ensuring that if you're importing those products for which we can be able to produce locally, then you pay more for them. That means that the local industries will be protected from international competition. He proposes also that leather, and I'm happy because I come from Machakos region, and the leather industry is actually in that region, the Kenani leather industry. He proposes that in order to protect that industry and local leather industry and footwear industry, that there will be a charge of 25% duty, import duty, on any such products. Madam Speaker, he also proposes to increase from 25% the import to 35% the import duty on electrical items and the accessories. So basically the idea is, if you're increasing the import duty, you're discouraging people from importing, which also goes together with the plan for ensuring that we buy local and build Kenya. Madam Speaker, there is also the proposals to import duty-free so that we can encourage local industry to import those inputs that we do not have. And these are inputs for mobile phone assembly. The world is going towards the use of telephones and mobile phones all over. You know, even when you talk about our children who are at home right now, a lot of them are using mobile phones, even for their education, you know, because a lot of schools have gone into that technology because the children are too idle. In fact, in Machakos County, they talked about over 4,000 got pregnant because maybe of this business of staying at home. They are not going to school. So it's important. When mobile phones are more accessible, then schools and teachers can communicate with the learners. And so any inputs for mobile phones are zero rated, no duty. Inputs for the production of diapers are also, there is no duty on those. Inputs for making of masks, sanitizers, ventilators, and PPEs. Those deal directly with the fight against this coronavirus. And I hope that this doesn't go into the finished goods, because a lot of these can actually be produced locally. So it's important that it be just the inputs and not the finished products. Further exemptions, Madam Speaker, are on maize and corn from VAT, and also ambulance services from VAT. So, Madam Speaker, there's a lot of benefits that this Finance Act has proposed to Kenyans. But the challenge I see, Madam Speaker, is in the imposition of the digital service tax at 1.5%. Madam Speaker, my only concern with this, it's not a bad idea to tax the digital economy, because that's where business is being done. Now people want to buy food, you buy it online. You want to pay for services, you do them online. And almost everything has gone online. But Madam Speaker, when you impose a 1.5% tax on a digital service tax, the problem is we are not giving a limit. It is important that we give a lower limit, because there are some people, young people, like some of our colleagues have said, who have gone into that industry or into that business as the only option to have some kind of employment. And Madam Speaker, some of them, they write papers on behalf of other people, and the payments are also meager. So it is important that we have a limit, a certain amount of money, after which now people can start paying. But you cannot pay on everything that you get, because I mean, Madam Speaker, then we are not encouraging these young people to also be able to benefit. Madam Speaker, there is a Miscellaneous Fees and Levies Act. There is a proposal to exempt KDF and National Police Service from import declaration fees and railway development levy. This is because, it doesn't make sense. On one hand, we appropriate funds here, we give KDF, we give National Police Service. Then when they do importation based on the money we've given them, again, they're paying tax on the same. They're using the same money to pay the same government. It's the same thing like when we give money for CDF, and then you give this money to project management committees, and then you tax them VAT. It doesn't make sense, because you're just taking money from one pocket and putting in the other. So, Madam Speaker, this is one of the things that I think makes a lot of sense and needs to be supported. Madam Speaker, I also support strongly the idea of public-private partnership in the issue of roads. You've seen in the developed world how people travel. You travel in comfort, because generally, Madam Speaker, some of those roads that are being supported by individuals, you have to pay toll for it. And so most of the people would use the more public road. But sometimes people have emergencies, people need to, to get to destinations faster. It helps to expand the transport network. So, Madam Speaker, I also support that. And because I can see my time has run out, Madam Speaker, I think I'll just finally say that the idea that the committee has proposed on improving VAT refunds is a very welcome idea. because that's, when you delay refunding VAT, it's just the same as, having unpaid bills. So it's important that we hasten the process so that people can be able to get their VAT refunds and invest that money to develop the country. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I support.
Honorable Kaki? Kaki, member for Kitui South. Is it Kaki or Kaki?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. It's Kaki, and it means what for. So later, when I'm not speaking, we can talk about it. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Also to add my voice, I would like from the onset to say that I support this report. And I also would like to thank the Chair and his members. More so, I would like to thank the Chair for the way he presented. He moved this report in a very simple way that it was very easy for us to understand. And also the way the majority leader also seconded and also focused on different issues that the Chair had not focused on. Honorable Speaker, I would like to say that with regard to income tax, the matter which was of high interest to me was the one of taxing the digital platform businesses. Honorable Madam Speaker, we see a lot of apps being used in this country, Uber among others, and they keep growing and growing. But the biggest question is, are they being domesticated? Are the people who are involved in this being registered as they enter? Then the other question is the benefit of this business is, do the people who are doing the real business, how much benefit are they getting? I was also able to look at the percentage that they are taxing. It is really reasonable, 1.5% is reasonable. But I would like to say that another committee could look at whether the people who are driving these taxes are really reaping from the benefits that should be there. Madam Speaker, the other matter which was of interest for me is the exemption of taxation for CSR. CSR focusing on schools, healthcare facilities, etc., where our people are directly benefiting is a matter of a lot of interest. And I would like to thank the committee and say that, yes, it is important that we attract as many investors in the area of education and hospitals, among other areas of CSR. Honorable Speaker, I was very interested on the matter of no taxation on pensioners. Madam Speaker, most people who are getting their pensions today were employed in the 60s. And Madam Speaker, these people were employed on very low salaries. So you realize that their take home is quite low. And when it is exposed to the current levels of taxation, they can lose quite a substantial amount of money. So I would like to thank Treasury and the committee for making this decision not to tax pensioners' benefits. Madam Speaker, I would like to go now to matters of VAT, where I believe that I have a lot of interest. One is the matter of LPG, Madam Speaker. The cost of LPG is directly related to the number of people who are cutting down trees. And I would like to give an example of where I come from, Kitui, where many people were cutting trees. There were sacks and sacks of charcoal along the way. And you realize that this has gone down because a 6 kg cylinder of gas cost about 600 to 900 shillings. And this has made many people to move from the dirty energy and move towards LPG. I was just engaging the chair. You must have seen me go back and forth, and he was saying that this matter has been stayed for a year. This is a move in a very good direction, and it should not be only for the LPG gas itself, but also for other equipment that are used in construction of facilities that help in ensuring that the gas goes into the cylinders. So this is a matter that is of a lot of interest, and I would like to say that it is a move in the right direction. Madam Speaker, I also heard the chair say that they are going to put proper connection such that business people or investors are able to to declare their taxes in real time and also ensure that declaration in real time and also collection in good time. And I think this is going to ensure that our government gets the revenue that it requires and that also we are fair to the businesses. Madam Speaker, I also heard the majority leader talk about voluntary tax disclosure program. Madam Speaker, it is important that we know as a House that most people who have involved themselves in businesses, and especially of late with devolution, is that it is people who may not have proper understanding of businesses, do not have proper understanding of tax returns. So giving voluntary tax disclosure and giving some time will give these people an opportunity to consult if they had been overcharged and get enough time so that they are not denied tax compliances. I believe that I understood that, such that they are able to continue with their businesses as it were. Madam Speaker, I also listened to the issue of EPZ, where Treasury and the committee has made a very good decision that 50% of what is being produced be sold locally at about 2.5% VAT. Madam Speaker, the people working in EPZ are our own constituents. And also, we agree that now there are challenges of import and export. And the fact that if this 50% goes to the country, then it is giving an opportunity for our local businesses to tap into EPZ products, such that we are also able to do businesses locally. Madam Speaker, the other matter which was of interest to me was the matter of PPP and having roads constructed using PPP and also using toll stations to collect money. All of us who have traveled, and I believe many Kenyans are traveling abroad now, is that they see the toll stations out there. And the good thing is that there is a choice to take the ride where you are paying toll, and also you have the choice not to take the road that is paying, that is being charged, meaning that it is a fair way. It is going to enable us to do many projects using PPP and also use the money that has been collected such that the companies are able to pay themselves. But, Madam Speaker, I would like to say that there is also a catch here, where the committee and the other relevant committees, which are involved, for example, infrastructure, etc., should also get involved so that people do not give low rates so that they collect forever, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I would like also to say that the matter of KRA collecting is a very welcome move. And since I see my time is about to expire, I want to run very fast on this because it's a matter of big interest. They say that collections by KRA have made Nairobi County to collect 5 times what they used to collect. I would like to say that I chair the parliamentary committee, and I've seen a few of my members here, that the Ministry of Lands and Physical Planning collects lots of money. This financial year, they were targeting 16 billion. I imagine a situation whereby a ministry like this is assisted by KRA and is able to collect 16 times 5 billion, or even 16 times 4. This is a move in the right direction, and I would like to thank the committee for a very good job done, and thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me the opportunity. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Baya, yeah? Oh, sorry. Excuse me, Honorable Baya. The Honorable Leader of Minority has priority by virtue of the standing orders. And unless the Leader of Minority wants to donate his space to Honorable Baya. Very well. Honorable Baya.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I would like to start by saying this. This is one of those budgets that has gone beyond what was there before. We have a big financing gap. So as we are discussing this budget, Madam Speaker, we need also to focus on the financing gap that exists. We are collecting through taxes around 1.6 trillion. After the budget, we have a budget worth 2.7 trillion. We have a big financing gap. So this country, I can see us coming back here to do amendments later on to see how we can raise, where we can raise the money. But more importantly, the chances that we shall borrow from the domestic market are very high. When we borrow from the domestic market, Madam Speaker, you know what happens to the economy. So that is one of the things that we need to caution ourselves as Kenyans. As we move to this 2.7 trillion budget, we need to know where to get the 800 billion so that we can finance the many programs that are suggested in the budget. Notwithstanding, Madam Speaker, I would like to congratulate the committee, one, for dropping the taxation on pensions. I think this is a move in the right direction. That pensioners are people who are earning less than what they are supposed to have been earning, but then now we are trying to put a tax on the earnings that they have. Now, it is good that this has been realized and been suspended so that pensioners can continue to enjoy the pension that they have. That is one. Two, taxation of the digital economy. It's a very simple economic principle that if you want to grow a certain sector of an economy, give it time to grow before you start taxing it. It is too early for this country to start taxing the digital economy and platforms that we have and the sales and the marketing that happens online. And for us to give a chance for the young people to exercise and show their abilities, I think we need to encourage them. And we need to drop this digital economy tax that we're imposing at this. I do not think this is the right time. There's an adage that timing is very important when trying to make a decision. And for the growth of this economy, we need to give time for the digital economy to grow so that we do not start taxing young people or put some effort to try to market and sell things on the digital platform. I would urge that as we are coming to third reading of this finance bill, that we may drop this so that we give young people an opportunity to grow this economy. Then at the right time, a right opportune time, we can tax it. Third, rental income. I think we have seen, I've seen the Honorable Leader of Majority celebrating that we are now taxing rental income less, and he said that he hopes that this will trickle down to the rent payer. But also, I have learned from some of the economists in this house that when you tax, when you reduce an income tax, it does not necessarily go down to benefit the people. Just like when you reduce VAT on bread, and I hope that the VAT you've reduced on bread will trickle down to the consumer of the bread. This is actually one of the things that when we are saying we are reducing income taxes on rental income, I do not think we have mechanism to ensure that it trickles down to the people who are paying rent. In other words, we are adding more money to those people who already have the money. I think we need to look at other ways of raising money other than saying we are taxing rental income and we hope that it will trickle down to the people. The other important thing which I need to speak about is LPG gas, 14% on LPG gas. I think as we come to third reading, I hope that we'll be able to drop this. Because right now as it is, this country is suffering from drought. Many areas in this country have suffered severe drought. Trees have already gone. If we start taxing LPG gas, what is likely to happen is that people will revert back to charcoal. If we revert back to charcoal and firewood, what will happen is that this country, the rate of desertification of this country will move very, very fast. So I hope as we move to third reading, I will be able to drop the LPG gas. And interestingly, Madam Speaker, if you look at it, LPG gas has the highest tax amongst the petroleum products right now, at 14%, while petrol is not taxed at that much. Well, kerosene is not taxed at that much. We are taxing LPG gas, which affects very many households. Those households who can afford 500, 600 shillings to buy LPG gas for cooking, let them be encouraged to do that instead of discouraging them so that we go back into firewood and charcoal. I would like to commend the committee on the Minister of reduction of tax on ambulances and ambulance services. I think that's a great move. Why? Because there are many people who suffer at home. They would like to get an ambulance to go to hospital, but the cost is prohibitive. To reduce it is actually going ahead to mitigate on affordable health care and making sure that those that are sick can afford a tax or decent movement from home to the point where they are able to get medical services. Madam Speaker, I would like to talk about something else, that's taxation on home ownership saving plans. This country is talking about affordable housing for everybody. That we want everybody to own a house, have money to buy a house and all that. But what we are doing in this budget, we are putting a tax on home ownership saving plans. That actually counters the government, one of the government big four agenda items on affordable housing. Because if we are taxing on home saving plans, it means therefore we are reducing the amount of money that a person is at which the person is ready to buy a house, because we are taxing the home saving plan. And I think that is not a very good tax, and I hope the committee will look at that and see how we can remove that. It is actually at a very high rate of taxation, that home saving. So this is one of the things that we need to ensure that we don't. I want to speak lastly on EPZ. Madam Speaker, the economy as it is, exports and imports have become difficult because of COVID-19 and all that. Our EPZ under the AGOA Treaty, which still subsists, allows us to sell, I think, 20% of what we have to the domestic market. But I can see a good move from the minister that at least the EPZ, 50% can be sold into the domestic market. It means, therefore, securing the jobs. That's what it means. You are securing the jobs that already exist within the EPZ. That, therefore, ensures that families have disposable income. Otherwise, I would like to say that this budget, while it has given some very good things to the people of Kenya, and Kenyans can celebrate, but it was also not. It has also taken away some certain fundamental incomes that they would have. So, for me to actually say I totally support this budget 100% would be something that's not very likely. But I would say there are good moves in this budget, and we can strengthen them as we come to the third reading to ensure that Kenyans get a good life, and that as we move from COVID to a non-COVID sector, the country is cushioned. I think I want to say thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for giving me the opportunity. Now, my able leader of minority can take it up from there. Thank you.
Honorable Baya, that's not for you to say. And then something very interesting. You know, I've seen people hanging masks in all manner of places. But you've introduced one which is very, very comical. Let's have the leader of minority.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Madam Speaker, this year's Finance Bill 2020, I think is one of those finance bills which are very few proposals of amendments to our tax laws. I think since I came to this parliament, probably this is the most limited in terms of proposals to change or vary rates of taxes. Madam Speaker, it is interesting to note that we are coming up with this bill and with the many changes at a time that this country seriously needs revenue. And that is something that when we discuss this bill as a House, we need also to take note of. As I congratulate the committee for doing a good job and making various proposals to reverse some of the suggestions or recommendations by the Cabinet Secretary, I hope when we get to the Committee of the Whole House, and I must acknowledge, I must also confess that I have not read into details the report of this committee. What I did was simply to take the finance bill and analyze it. And so my contribution will be based on the original bill without the report of the committee, the benefit of the report of the committee. But I hope the committee has calculated in terms of how much we are going to lose by making various amendments to the finance bill, so that we get to know as a country how much extra budget deficit that this country is likely to have. Because you see, when the Cabinet Secretary or the Treasury talked about 1.62 trillion as the projected revenue, they had taken or factored all the proposals that are in the original or in the finance bill, so to speak. So, Madam Speaker, I was actually asking the chair of the committee that when we get to the committee of the whole house, for each of these amendments, he should also be mentioning to us how much we are likely to lose by making those amendments. So that is the first comment I wanted to make. Secondly, Madam Speaker, I have no issues. There is a proposal to amend the residential rental income tax to push the upper limit of the amount where the 10% rate of tax is applicable from 10 million shillings to 15 million shillings per year. Madam Speaker, I would not have any problem with that. I think it is also beneficial to those taxpayers, those landlords who are getting rental income above 10 million shillings, so that they pay at a lower rate. Because otherwise, any amount beyond 10 million shillings rental income was treated as any other income. And therefore, you are required to pay income tax, previously at 30%, now say 25%. So this will be a relief if these individuals were actually paying tax. Because the problem, again, we have in this country is that a number of these potential taxpayers don't actually pay tax. Madam Speaker, on the issue of minimum tax, this has been canvassed and discussed in this House. I don't want to dwell on it much. I want to move, Madam Speaker, to the digital services tax. And Madam Speaker, I want to disagree slightly with my colleagues who have not been seeing merit in imposing this tax. Madam Speaker, digital services tax is actually a consumption tax. And my background in accounting, in finance and taxation tells me that most of consumption taxes are not as prohibitive or punitive because you only pay it when you consume the service. And you consume the service when you can afford it. So, Madam Speaker, much as we may want to protect consumers, we must also be alive to the fact that the government needs money to function. There is no way the government will be able to provide services, including the health services that we desperately need today, without taxing Kenyans. And we must agree that sometimes we must let go some of the comfort and enjoyment that we have been, some of the comfort that we have enjoyed previously. So to me, unless now one can argue that charging 1.5% of turnover may hurt irreparably, because that may not even be the profit that these businesses make, that is the argument that I think can make sense. But just saying that a digital services tax is not desirable, in my view, I want to disagree. Madam Speaker, it is interesting on home ownership savings plan that we are now telling Kenyans that it is no longer necessary to provide incentive to save for home ownership, and we talk of affordable housing. We talk of Big Four agenda where housing is one of them. In fact, we have told the government a number of times that you cannot, it is not the duty of the government to provide housing to individuals. It is actually, if a good government should provide a platform and a good environment, favorable environment for individuals to be able to own their own homes. It is not the business of the government to build houses all over the place for individuals. It's not even affordable for poor countries like Kenya. So, Madam Speaker, I don't understand the rationale that the government now thinks that it is important to impose this taxation, yet previously we had acknowledged that it is something that would be necessary to motivate more Kenyans to owning homes or saving to own their homes. Madam Speaker, something that I think also needs to be looked at is the issue of repealing that some of these items below, Madam Speaker, these expenses, be subjected to tax and not allowable. like issues of certain costs incurred for purposes of listing at the Nairobi Stock Exchange or Securities Exchange. Madam Speaker, we should not be sending wrong signal to our economy, especially the financial sector. The intention may be perfect, but what message are you sending across? You are sending the message that now you are going to subject Nairobi Securities Exchange to taxation because the economy is struggling. So, Madam Speaker, it is important that we look into the message that some of these proposals send to the economy and the possible effect. In fact, one of the reasons why the capital gains tax was a hot debate in this country is what message was it going to send? Actually, it was not that the capital gains tax is a bad tax. It is a very good one because really, those who make money out of capital gains are rich people. Very few poor people get involved in investing in Nairobi Securities Exchange or even put up real estate. How many Kenyans get involved in real estate business? These must be serious people with good money. Even Badi, I don't think even in a year I can deal in 2 houses. It's not easy for me, and I'm a member of parliament earning decent salary. So, but the message it is sending, I think, is what has been debatable for quite some time. Madam Speaker, my colleagues have talked about the proposal, which I think the committee has done very well in persuading the Treasury to drop the issue of taxing monthly pension of those Kenyans, those senior Kenyans who are over 65 years and above. Madam Speaker, we all know that all countries all over the world, if there is one group or a section of the society that is protected, is the senior members of the society. It is because these people have offered services, active services, when they had the energy and the ability to contribute towards economic progress or development of the country. Now, when they are tired, they want little disturbance. They want to peace. So, Mr. Speaker, this proposal alone, even making that proposal, was discomforting enough. Because I know many of you here, because I got several calls from these retirees asking, what is this? Are you going to subject us to taxation on this little pay that we get? I want to urge the Cabinet Secretary never to even make this proposal because it causes unnecessary panic among people who have conditions. Some people may lose their lives because they are panicking. He was getting 30,000. Then all of a sudden he's being told he will, out of that, he's going to lose 5,000. You may cause death by just mere proposal. So I would want to urge the CS to be careful, even not to make such proposals in the future. And again, Madam Speaker, we need to ask ourselves, if just the other day, the tax laws amendments bill that was brought here, which is now an act of parliament, many of these proposals were contained in those laws. And then within a few weeks, it's not even months, again, you bring through finance bill the same proposal. Yet our standing orders are very clear that when this House pronounces itself on something, 6 months should lapse before the same is brought back for reconsideration. So why is it that the CS finds it so easy to bring back some of these proposals hardly 2 months after we had already disposed of the same? So, Madam Speaker, it is not in good faith. But, Madam Speaker, on issue of VAT, and this is a hot topic almost every year, we discuss issues of some items that were already exempt or zero-rated. If they were zero-rated, attempt to make them exempt, attempt to put them to standard rates. Madam Speaker, Honorable Kimunya, who is a renowned accountant in this country and has been the chair of ISPAC, would tell you, and Honorable Chungwa, maybe others, I don't know how many accountants are here, that really, Madam Speaker, exemptions zero rating of commodities is not a good idea. That is true. It is just because we are trying to cushion Kenyans, that is why we bring zero rating, which is better than exempt, but exempt is better than standard rating. If we could have a system, and Honorable Kimunya has talked about this before, and I agree with him, if we could have a system where we tax Kenyans normally and use the proceeds of taxation to cushion the vulnerable section of Kenyans, then we would have a more equitable economy, a more equitable society. But because we have a distorted system where we even have a problem of giving the elderly and the vulnerable the 70 years plus, people who are known, it is difficult to determine. We have to go this route. So, Madam Speaker, as I conclude, because I can see my time is up, as I conclude, Madam Speaker, VAT on gas, liquefied gas, is not a good idea. Madam Speaker, the committee, I hope, I don't know what the report says. If the report is not saying we are removing that, please do it. But, Madam Speaker, my final remarks is, Mr. Chairman, next week when we are considering this bill at the Committee of the Whole House, kindly, for every amendment you're proposing, bring the net effect in terms of the lost revenue so that we may know exactly how much as a country we are losing by making those amendments. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I support.
Well said, Leader of Minority, and I'm sure the Chair is noting each and every point that is coming across. I also wish to remind members that the Leader of Majority moved a motion for extension of our sitting time today. So be not anxious. You will have time to have your say on this bill as long as you have expressed your interest. And at this point, I wish to allow, I don't know what to call him, Honorable Lichungwa. It's either former immediate chair of budget, or is it chair emeritus? You know, he has midwifed the budget despite the tough circumstances. So let us have him make his contribution.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I can hear TJ shouting former, and it's indeed true. It is, I am Member of Parliament for Kikuyu, Chair Emeritus of the Budget and Appropriations Committee, Honorable Speaker, and I'm honored. And I must thank my party and the people of Kikuyu for the opportunity to serve the country. Honorable Speaker, let me add my few comments on these finance bill proposals. But first, allow me, Honorable Speaker, to say, and I did mention even last week, that increasingly being a constitutional democracy, we are, as a House, abrogating our responsibilities and our mandates given to us by the Constitution of our Republic, the Constitution that we passed in 2010, and giving away a lot of the powers that were given as the people's representatives, Honorable Speaker, by the people of Kenya through the enactment of the 2010 Constitution. In particular, Honorable Speaker, I want to draw the House's attention to Article 210 of the Constitution, Honorable Speaker, because we are elected as leaders to come and represent people in this House, and I keep re-emphasizing that point of us being the people's representatives. Honorable Speaker, it's only in the state of Washington, D.C., where they say there is taxation without representation. But in the Republic of Kenya, there must be representation with taxation. And that is why elected members of parliament are sent to this House by their people from their constituencies, so that even as they are taxed, they are represented. And that is why I am glad that we are all here this afternoon, Honorable Speaker, this evening rather, to make sure that we represent our people. Article 210 of the Constitution, Honorable Speaker, specifically 210 sub-article 1, on the imposition of tax was quite explicit, that no tax or licensing fee may be imposed waived or varied except as provided by legislation. And Honorable Speaker, that responsibility on imposition of taxation, the mandate is in this House. It is only this House that can legislate on matters to do with taxation. And that is why, again, Article 114 and even our own standing orders, I think Standing Order 114, are quite clear on questions of money bills that affect taxation and matters to do with taxation. And Honorable Speaker, I say that with concern because increasingly we are seeing the Cabinet Secretary and National Treasury taking over the work of this House through the delegated legislation model of bringing legislation into this House. And you find, for instance, and is an issue I raised when we did the tax amendment laws, Honorable Speaker, and I think the Honorable Kimunya is one of the other members who spoke in support of what we were saying, that we varied VAT through regulations, through delegated legislation. And I said at that time that that simple act of using delegated legislation to change the rate of VAT from 16 to 14% might be counterproductive to our economy, Honorable Speaker. And I indicated that our estimates by the Budget Office were that we would lose at least 49.7, close to 50 billion shillings in 3 months. That extrapolated to a whole financial year is about 200 billion shillings in a year. Yet, we are talking about a country that is ravaged by floods, the COVID-19 pandemic, and our revenues falling, and the economy really hurting. And I agree with what the leader of minority was saying, that for every action, there must be a reaction. Therefore, for every revenue we lose, we must be able to know, as he was saying, how do we raise that money? Because we have already gone through the budget process. We have appropriated money. And I did say I foresee in the next few months a situation where we may have to do a supplementary budget, especially after we pass whatever we pass in this finance bill, Honorable Speaker, that if we say we are losing this amount of revenue, which we had already appropriated, Honorable Speaker, as we will do in the appropriations bill immediately after we finish with the finance bill, then we must find a way of raising that money. However, that does not mean that we should abdicate our responsibilities as a people's representatives to the National Treasury. The people elect us to come and represent them here. To make sure, Honorable Speaker, as you are saying, and I must thank the committee, that if you are going to tax gas, cooking gas, Honorable Speaker, that we attracted everybody, including those who are using charcoal, jikos, those who are using firewood, Honorable Speaker, and we attracted all of them to come and start using cooking gas. We even went out through Inua Mama and the other groups that were going around giving, and even the National Government Action Fund, NGAF, the one our honorable ladies use back in our constituency, giving out MECO gases. Then we come and tax the same people, Honorable Speaker. We'll be killing those people. We'll be telling those people to go back to the harmful jikos and paraffin stoves that they were using and firewood, Honorable Speaker, and damaging even our environment. And therefore, I want to support the committee and agree with them that indeed we must not strangulate our people anymore with heavy taxation. Raising revenue for government does not mean overtaxing people. We just need to expand our tax bracket and be able to raise more money, Honorable Speaker, and be more innovative. Moving on, Honorable Chair, Honorable Speaker, the question of zero rating, and the leader of minority has spoken about it. I want to support the committee's recommendation. If we were able to zero rate VAT on bread and milk, things that we can do without, Honorable Speaker, we should be able to also zero rate unga. If you are not zero rating unga, and unga is what is easily available to people, and that is what people, everybody, the politics of unga in this country, Honorable Speaker, Honorable TJ will tell you, in the last elections, our own party Jubilee, we did the politics of unga just like NASA did the politics of unga. We moved unga by subsidizing prices to 90 shillings because of the campaign. Today, we are confronted with a huge humanitarian crisis. Our economy is terrible. Our people have no money. They are confronted by a health pandemic. If we cannot subsidize this unga for them today, and we are able to do it during campaigns, then we must zero rate unga for the ordinary people. Otherwise, our people are crying. In the state of Minnesota, a few months ago, George Floyd, when he had that heavy knee of a policeman on his neck, strangulating him, he was crying out saying, "I can't breathe." Had the 3 other officers who were standing next to the policeman who was strangulating George Floyd even tapped the policeman and told him the gentleman can't breathe, America will not be confronted with what they are confronted with today. We're in that situation in this country today. Our people are crying out to us. They are telling us, "Unga, we have no food. We have no housing. Allow us to save without taxing us to be able to get housing." Our people are telling us, "We can't breathe." Are we listening? Are we listening to the people of Kenya saying we can't breathe? Or are we cheering on as the heavy knee of government strangulates our people?
Juzi mimi ninakuja, ninatoka nje, ninawacha simu hapo. Nikirudi kutoka raundi napata 4 miss call ya kutoka kwa bibi. Nikimuuliza, ulikuwa unapiga unasema nini? Ananiambia eti alikuwa ananipigia aniambie nimesahau simu.
Kupata missed call, bonyeza star 811 star 967 hash. Bonyeza star 811 star.
Kumbe bibi ananipenda.
Elgon Thabiti Fertilizers, the Ministry of Agriculture, Livestock, Fisheries, Cooperatives and partners of the National Farmers Awards congratulate our 2019 winners. The Best Women in Agriculture, Farmer Beth Wairimu Kinuthia. Congratulations. Caroline Mukuhi Mwangi, the Youth in Agriculture Champion. We honor you. Tops in Floriculture, Oserian Development Company and Equinax Horticulture. We are proud of you. To all the winners, we celebrate your valued efforts in feeding the nation and wealth creation. You are our soil heroes.
Nani kama wewe Bwana, Mungu wangu.
Jumapili hii ya tarehe 14 kwenye runinga ya KBC, ungana naye Askofu Michael Wanderi wa kanisa la Christian Foundation Fellowship Kiambu kuanzia saa 1 hadi saa 2 asubuhi.
It is my prayer today in the mighty name of Jesus. Wewe Mungu amekupatia nafasi ya kunitazama, that you are going to fight and resist the spirit of doubt in your life in the name of Jesus Christ.
Kipindi ni neno la neema, ukiletewa naye Askofu Michael Wanderi wa kanisa la Christian Foundation Fellowship Kiambu. Usikose.
Nani kama wewe